All right. Can you guys hear me? Give me some feedback. I moved my mic to you can see right here, it's like in a side position. That's kind of convenient for me, but I don't know what that does to audio. So tell me if I sound bad, and I can move it. But we got some top 8 action here today. I'm waiting to get feedback on, I don't know what decks made it into top 8. I know very little about what happened yesterday. So if anyone can fill me in, that'd be pretty cool too. But yeah, while I wait on that information, matchups, stuff like that, I have the bracket, so I know who's playing. I just don't know what they are playing, and I don't want to watch something boring. So I want to find who's got the spice in top 8. Someone had to have been cooking. I know they out there. We're gonna try and find it. Do we have a bracket link? Yes. I can link it in the chat if you'd like. But again, if anyone can fill me in on what these guys are playing, I don't know. Oh. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you have 5 of the 8. That's good to know. What are the other 3 then? I knew Roger was on Agents because I saw that yesterday. Ooh, who's the Lightsworn player? I want to watch the Lightsworn player for sure. Okay, so let's see. Roger is on Agents, Lucas on Cat Sith, Aomine on TG. So we know that we have Cat Sith versus TG is one of the matchups. Spiral on Agents, Simply on Scraps. Okay, so it's either James, Shiners, or Mr. Sutai that's on the Lightsworn. I want to watch the Lightsworn player for sure. Somebody tell me. Okay. So do we think it's Sinky James or Shiners? Tier 0 Frog Monarchs. How far? Do you know what everyone's on? Okay. My guess is it's James. But if it's Shiners, that's big too. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. I just got the intel. Yeah, I definitely want to watch Roger Smith's match. I want to see how Lightsworn does. That sounds fun. I haven't watched Lightsworn in a hot minute. Always exciting. I'm also waiting to hear back from Playtest IRL. So many agents. Blah. Guys, start Bailoring the Hyperion so we can stop seeing so many agents. Or just start playing Gravekeepers so we can punish the sins. Too many agent players right now. It's too big. It's winning too much and it shouldn't win anything. Stop the madness. Okay. Roger Smith is the only one I don't see. Oh, there he is. We've already started. And there is already 1, 2, 3, 4 names in the graveyard. That's a little spooky. Any Crusher controls in top 8? Not that I know of. That's a scary graveyard this early in the game. So let's see, we pitched Lila, milled these 2, then we summoned Card Trooper and milled these 3. With the luck buff, that do be how Lightsworn is though, you high roll. Oh, Photoshi. Wait, second Card Trooper? Oh, God, give it to me. Mill 3 Wolf. By the way, if you aren't on 3 Wolf, you're not playing Lightsworn. Just being honest, you know? Alright, we milled a Jane. We have a Light and a Dark. We have a very live graveyard here. Just drop the JD. Don't be afraid. Oh, Monster Reincarnation. Oh, that's some good stuff right there. Special summon JD. Please. There it is. Priority. I think we are more than happy with that trade. Nice little Drosky. Now just summon the other 2 JD into BLS and win. Some fatty pluses. A big graveyard that we are viewing. No wolves in sight. Where are the wolves? Interesting, we just pass. Only 1 fairy, so we can't get Christiad here. Would be a bit of a concern for Big James. Roger Smith on the main deck soul release to blow Big James's mind. See, what I'm curious about is we monster reincarnation for the Judgment Dragon, which in my mind means that there isn't another Judgment Dragon in hand, which is kind of impressive, right? So, like, what is in his hand? Because I think even if you had a second Judgment Dragon, you'd probably slam it there. Because you can just swing for the 3k, and if they drop Gores or Trag, you're just going to nuke it anyway. We also know a bit of info about Roger Smith's hand because he didn't herald the JD effect, which I think is better than losing 3 cards and keeping the Treacherous alive, because you don't really want to Treacherous a card trooper. Quinning, where's playtest IRL? Where's the boy? He just messaged me to stream and then fall asleep and sleep in. Although this is my favorite kind of stream. We're only seeing top 8, you know what I'm saying? That's what I like to see. Oh, sweet wampum. Is this a Trishula play? Trish the Gores? Is Valor live? It's improbable. Nope, it resolves. I don't like those odds. Wait. Uh-oh. Can you guys count to 4? This could get a lot worse. Whoa, banish that Buster Brown. Banish the Celestia. Alright. Well, this is actually still fine. Wait, did he hit the... Oh, he didn't hit the glow-up bulb? He's respecting BLS more here, but the glow-up bulb can synchro here and just out the Hyperion, or out the... Like, we can just make Scrap Dragon, we can out the Trish. There's no Water Honest in play. Uh-huh. Oh, that's a spoopy. Oh, that's also spoopy. Oh, put the wolf on top with Plague Spreader. Then you Trish him back. And you make a Scrap Dragon or a Stardust at that point. What do you know about the Honest? Alright. Interesting. We went for Glow Up Bulb first, so we clearly didn't want to mill. Is this just Light Sworn without Wolf? Like, we're not... I haven't seen a Wolf yet. I don't have access to deck lists, so I genuinely don't know. Oh, neato. Oh. Okay. We drop the Chaos Orc. I mean, this is a big push, but like... it's still kind of a fragile board. It doesn't necessarily win through Gores. I mean, we probably make the Scrap Dragon here. Yeah. Okay. We banished the Plague Spreader. I'm surprised we didn't go for the Trish back. Isn't that just better? Oh. Interesting. Oh. That's just game. Lightsworn taking game 1 over Agents. But if we know anything about Lightsworn and channeling our inner Greg, that means he had a pretty good hand that game, which means this game, we're going to build ourselves a wall out of all the bricks. Not that I'm wishing that on Big James. You know, I'm always rooting against Agents, man. Always rooting against Agents. You know, I once, I think I won a local playing ABC Lightsworn, and I was on triple Wolf, triple Felis, triple not triple the ABCs, but just full, potential brick. You either all in and mill insane, or you just lose. And I was just winning. Oh. Hey, that's a cool card. This is where he slams 3 JD turn 2 and no Gores are trying to stop it. I'm in. That's some content right there. I'd be down to see that. But we now have full hand information. I'm waiting for Roger to type Wolf, 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 Plague Spreader, Glow Up Bulb. And the only card in his hand that's remotely useful is about to get shuffled back. Max C. What do we got? What's in the hand? Tell me, Roger Smith. Raiko, Aaron, Lila, Gareth, the bottomless. Interesting. Wind Up Zen Mains was released in Photon Shockwave, which released Dino Rabbit. So the format's played around Toronto, and Dino Rabbit, with priority, really power crept the format until basically after that they eventually removed priority because it was so absurd. You literally couldn't Valor the rabbit, which was really strong. But yeah, that's why Zen Mains isn't played, because the format revolves around YCS Toronto, which is September 2011, and the last legal set is Generation Force, and then there's technically three different variants of this format. It's the September one, which is the widely accepted pool. Then there is the October 2011, which involves Agents, as well as Great Tornado, or not Agents, Dark World, as well as Great Tornado. And then the third one would technically be involving Dino Rabbit, YCS Kansas City, which happened I want to say it was November or December, and that was that event took place on the release of Photon Shockwave. But no one plays that because, again, Dino Rabbit just power creeps way too hard. I'm not a fan of that. Well, I guess, yeah, actually, he kind of has to bottomless there. I think he gets OTK'd if he doesn't. Alright, all we need is for Big James to draw into 3 Solar Recharge here and just dump his whole hand into new information. Oh. He wants the Armory Arm. Armory Arm pass. Ryko, Aaron, Lila, Gareth. Oh, that's what we're talking about. Dump, dump, dump. Not the best mill. Oh, true. That's why you didn't want to make Gotchi. Because the Aaron just deals with it. Aaron's OP. Honestly, I've thought about, like, siding that card in, like... There's so many decks that could benefit from Aaron. Like... Low-key, imagine, like, Jurak as, like, siding Aaron. Because, like, the Gravekeeper matchup is so atrociously bad, you get to potentially mill Rekindling targets, and, it lets you just shuffle back the spies and stuff. It's kind of nice. But yeah, Aaron is a pretty underrated card. Aaron also goes pretty hard versus X-Sabers. You set a lot of monsters in X-Sabers, until you don't. Big James, Honest is drawn more in this format. He's right. You know why? Because Dueling Book just pumps 1-ups to the hands, and it's so annoying. I swear, your opponent will always have Honest. Doesn't matter what deck they're playing. They're always going to have Dust Shoot. They're always going to have Honest. Oh, the Leviair goes hard here. Kind of. He can do a lot of damage. He actually might be able to OTK if he has any extender here. So we can make Gotchi. But you have to put the Gotchi in attack position, which is a little stinky. But you tack on a Hyperion here, it might be game. I mean, we actually know his hand. It is game, probably. Oh, well, there you go. What'd I tell you? Game 2 to Agents. But now, this is where things get really spicy. Will Lightsworn high roll the turn 1 for Game 3? Place your bets. Place your bets. We have 1 vote. Oh, we open charge. True, he actually could have ripped the gores off the trooper. That would have been funny. Oh! Oh, sweet wampum. We did it. We got there. How good is Ryko in this format? Oh my god! Another one! Ryko is... So, like, by comparison in Edison, Ryko is... Damn, y'all are all voting for Lightsworn now that he's, like, popping off. I gotta end this poll. This is biased. But Ryko in Edison is really good because there's no, like, single target destruction or solid answer. But in Tengu, there's a lot of floaters, which significantly reduces the value of Ryko. For example, like if you set a Raikou turn 1 in Edison, there's only like, if they have a 1 of card trooper or like a 2 of zombie or goblin zombie or something, there's that they can kind of out that. That's like the very few ways to make it like not a huge plus for the guy setting the Raikou, or at least a 1-for-1 trade for the guy setting the Raikou. But in Tengu Plant, there's like, you have access to Tour Guide, you have access to Tengu, you have TGs, you have, you know, double card trooper as well. Like, there's just a lot more floaters in the format that makes Raikou feel a bit less satisfying to use. You know what I'm saying? So it's still fine. It still can be used, but it's not great. There was no Lumina Gareth start, but we do have 1, 2, 3 names and a banana right there, so that's 4 names. Do you guys ever just wish Aaron would kick you in the face? It's also interesting because the reason that, oh my god. So all these guys are 21. And Venus be 32. Is that game? No way, dude! Oh, that's so sad. How are we building our entire deck and getting just leeching for game turn 1? Nah, Maxie's not broken, man. We'll keep it a buck. Maxie is far from broken. It's like, it's only good versus a couple different decks, and like, it's good in very specific scenarios, but the card just like, it's dead versus so much stuff. I side it out all the time, or a lot anymore. I almost never main it. It's just not that good. Okay, let me check the bracket. I want to watch, I think, Simply Zerg. Let's see if he's playing still. No? Wait, did they finish their match already? Huh. Well, we'll swap to this. TG stun versus... Oh, this is TG stun versus Cat Sith, if I remember right. But Climbing Goat, you are correct. This is a fantastic format. It is, in my opinion, the peak of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! This was the most diverse and most balanced the game ever saw. This was like as best as you're gonna get, and then the game slowly goes downhill from here. There are still good formats later on, but nothing is going to compete with what Tengu Plant provides. Just in terms of like playability options and like gameplay overall is just so back and forth. Any deck can really win in this format. It's phenomenal. Simply? Wait, let me check. Because I want to watch some scrap. So it's this right here? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, so these guys are in game. Wow, this one match went so fast. Because this is only game 2 for both those other matches. But I like this scapegoat tech in Scraps. I actually love it. It's so good. We get access to Naturi Beast. If he sees Horn of the Phantom Beast, it's broken. It's, you know, it's just so insane. Make a Catastor here. This is so good. If you get Naturi Beast plus Catastor versus Agents, you are a happy camper. Because now you can play around Honest pretty easily. And they can't Dark Hole you. Tengu also plays around Honest. What the hell happened? How did we get here? This field's wild. Oh wait, it was literally just Monster Reborn. I'm trolling. That's what happened. So it was probably a normal summon Scrap Beast. Agents had to get off tempoed because of normal summon Earth is the only play they had. And then we got to end phase Scapegoat, Synchro for 5. Oh yeah. Are we doing this for Gores? I feel like we're doing this for Gores. I don't think I attack for 22 here. See, guys, we better have a follow-up play to this, because I'm upset if we walked into Gores like that. Yeah, that's true. I mean, to be fair, like, I mean, Edison also has had a lot of time to be like fully explored, but I do think Edison has kind of reached a pseudo-solved position where like you're really only seeing the same like 4 decks be competitive. That's just kind of how it is. I think it probably was more fun initially when it first came out, but I at least think with Tengu Plant format, you're gonna see like influxes of certain decks. Like you're gonna see Agents, you're gonna see Tengu Plants, and there's gonna be waves where people just only play those decks. But there's a lot of reasons why other decks are playable in this. Like there's a lot of counterplay tools and optimization that can be done. I was gonna do a video on it. I'm still kind of working on it, but there's a lot of options. But I also think that, like, anything that Edison offers, Tengu just offers more and better. Has more decks, better diversity, better gameplay, less, like, really obnoxious, like, oppressive cards. It is the peak. The peak of the mountaintop. I've gotten this habit of playing with a knife. It's not very sharp. I keep messing with it, like fidgeting with it. I don't know if that's a good thing. I'm tilted we just walked into the Gores and we're just chill with that. Yeah, it has a lot of decks that can win at any given time. And the reality is it's even more than most people think because they're like the play rate of each deck is so low by comparison to just Tengu Plants and Agents. Like, I'd say Scraps is pretty popular, but there's a lot of decks that just don't. What are we doing? But, see, like, this is one of the reasons why I say Agents is inflated, is players just don't... Like, players just play into the deck so poorly. Like, I mean, respectfully, like, I'm not trying to be, like, rude or, like, berate the guy, but, like, your opponent just randomly let you negate a Book of Moon when you're about to attack directly. What does that imply? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty apparent that your opponent has Gores, and if you don't have an out to Gores, just don't attack. If on the following turn my opponent summons a Venus and makes Gotchi with that board of Catastor Beast, I don't care about that. I'll keep playing. I'll literally just keep minusing them until they're forced to do something. But hopefully in the process I draw some back row to either out the Gores, deal with it, or like you're playing Scraps, just eventually you'll get to Scrap Dragon, right? But we just like walk into a pretty blatantly obvious Gores, and now our whole board's broken and we're just losing to it. Like, why are you giving your opponent that option if you know it's there? So, agents are really strong at what they do. But again, I think they're inflated because people play poorly into them. I think Plants is strong just because of all the one-ofs. There's a lot of variance, like... There's a lot of variance in the matchups. I don't think Plants are, like, inherently just better than everything, but it's just, like... They have a lot of ways to just win out of nowhere. And so, like, they're, like... It's, like, the perfect deck of, like... It's not really particularly good at like, any specific matchup. It's just generically good in any matchup. And so it's like, it's net good. Like, I personally have a lot more respect playing against Plants than I do Agents. I think Plants are a lot more scary because of all the variables. Agents, on the other hand, are like I said, if you know what your opponent's going for, they really only have a few plays. It's really simple to play against Agents. But yeah, there's like hella decks. And the thing is like, like let's say for example, like since every tournament sees like a lot of Agents and Plants, let's say for example, every tournament saw like the same number as Agents as Plants with like Car Curry, right? There would be players that would optimize the matchups for Plants and Agents to the point where Car Curry would feel very, very good. But like, we don't have people actively doing it, or if they try it once and they fail and then they don't want to do it again. Like, I think a lot of decks are harder to optimize to that level, but it's doable. Ooh, this is a nice Scrap Dragon, but I feel like we're going to get Herald of Orange lighted. What? I like the X-Saber into Agents matchup, by the way. I think it's winning. The more I've played it, the more I'm just like, I literally don't struggle in that matchup at all. I don't know how other people do. And again, I'm not saying Agents are trash. Like, I think the deck is good. It's fine. It's just way inflated. It is super overinflated by poor play into it. And the fact that everyone thinks it's good, so, like, naturally it's gonna top because there's, like, 50 Agent players in every tournament. Why did we hit the Gotchi? I'm so confused. Why didn't we hit the Gores and then attack over everything else? I am so confused, man. I feel like we just burned 2 cards on a Gotchi that you could have just attacked over. And there's the Honest. We took the honest on the shine ball. Wouldn't you just let that attack go through? Why are you honesting the shine ball? I would let it go through and make my opponent think I don't have it, then honest something better. Wait, it was Gores plus the Venus. You could honest the Venus, it's not... I guess you're gonna take way more damage if you don't honest the Shine Ball, but... Yeah, I guess I wasn't reading that we could go for game there. I don't, like... I just feel like it's unlikely with how big the hand size is for the agent player. But now we make a... Yeah, okay. Third scrap. And then we either get Hyperion or Darkhold here. Yeah, I mean it is fair if it's going for game. Like, I guess I view it from the perspective of, like, maybe you can game here. Maybe you can dome for game, and that's pretty powerful. But, like, the risk is you go minus $1 million if they have honest. Which, like, I would prefer to assume my opponent does than does not. In most cases. Same thing goes with Gores, right? Like, you have to, like... There's a lot of scenarios where you're like, oh, I have game if they don't have Gores, but, like, do you necessarily want to go for it if you'll lose to Gores if they drop it? So, like, I look at this board state, and, like, it's not that bad for the agent player. There's a lot of different things that can happen on this turn, which is a little spooky. Technically, this turn you could... Well, actually, I guess you have too many monsters on your field. You could, like, banish Hyperion, pop, and then you could, like, in theory, Tour Guide into Levier into Honest and add the Honest back to your hand. Okay, so we got a Gotchi. The 2600 token. Here comes the Hyperion. Yeah, see, I feel like this is just game now. We did it. Yeah. We were hyper punished there. Okay. Oh, there we go. All right. Well, these guys are in game 3. But honestly, that last game, like, the going for game push is, like, respectable. It's fine. I think the worst mistake was your opponent Book of Moons while you have Nat Beast, and we still play into Gores and give them the Gores. That's just illegal. Especially since the Gores wiped our board on the following turn, and we, like, had no response to it. If you had, like, Mirror Force or something, I would say, okay, maybe. Maybe. We got the double Tengu Boy. Swing into a Gravekeeper Spy. Nope, it's a Sangan. Interesting, this top 8 bracket is double Elim. So technically Lightsworn and Scraps are not they're not out yet. Uh-oh. Rawr. That's a pretty good card. We take those pluses. Why are we MSTing here? I'm confused. Hit him with Skill Drain 2 Electric Boogaloo. We like duality twice? Oh, that's fine. Better side it out then. Side it out what? Oh. Oh wait, did he spin in special? That's not how that works. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. Okay, so this is Cat Sith. I don't know what this is. Oh, you gonna try to get into YCS Miami? That'd be pretty pog. So a lot of people are taking interest in it. I want to try to host a tournament for it at some point. I'm jealous. I sold my max rarity mirror mails. Tragic. The mermails are fun in that format. They're really fun. I like the Undyne one, even though I'm notoriously someone who bricks. Oh, that feels really bad. You bubbled YCS Miami? Did you play Bubble Beat? Oh, I'm just kidding. What'd you bubble with? I never played I didn't play at the YCS myself, but I just played during that time and it was a lot of fun. Although it's a vastly different format to Tengu Planet format. It's far more explosive. Games are over in a couple turns. Still relatively diverse, but games are a lot more one-sided in that format. Yeah, windups is really cool. I've always was a fan of the archetype. Like, that's why I like Miami format, is I like the archetype, but I also like Mermail Fire Fist. And I think Mermails can compete with windups. I think windups were really, like, pretty good at the time. Alright, TG stun advances. I don't know if, like, the games start already. But let's see. What is Shiners on? Ah! That's so gross. Alright, I want to watch loser bracket, I think. Otherwise, it's literally like... It's literally, TG stun versus agents, or agents versus agents in top 4. Or I guess winners top 4. Let's check. Okay, yeah, so they are playing it in terms of rounds, it seems. I'm down to watch Big James again. We'll give Big James the play. I'm rooting for the Lightsworn losers run. What's Lucas on? Okay, so Catsif versus Lightsworn is pretty cool. And then we got... yeah, Zerg versus Agents. Wait, I need to check my thing. Hey, good luck. I don't know who Viking Goat is in the tournament. Oh yeah, Pot of Duality. Wah, wah, wah. Ooh, all these cards are terrible. What? You picked me? Why would you pick me? No, I'm just kidding. That was a pretty good duality, I'd say. And then we're setting the BLS as a bluff. I like it. Let's get it, Big James. Oh my god! Chain MST. Chain hand destruction. Wolf, wolf, wolf. Oh, nice. We got recharge. This hand's actually totally fine to get Death Shooted. Good old DB1 of algorithm, yeah. I really think, like, IRL tournaments would have very interesting, like, results. Like, by comparison to DB. Because Dust Shoot is just so frequent on Dueling Book. It's so stupid. Alright, JD off the table. But we got the recharge, so who cares? Let's see what happens. Wow. Wow. Oh! Guys, there is a wolf. And it was not in his hand. That's a nice little +1-y we get just for playing the game. Nice. Roar, look at that big boy. And we out the spy? That's big. There's no light either. We can't get BLS'd yet. Uh-oh. I don't like milling honest there. They have BLS though. If he could get a light engrave, then, and he has honest. Uh-oh. That's what we call game. And that would be perfect. That'd be kind of funny. I'd be down for that. Why doesn't Honest say return to its controller's hand? So you could Monster Reborn your opponent's Honest and add it to your hand. Uh-oh, from Under King. That's an interesting predicament. You can kill the Thunder King here. Ah! I don't know if James is on Beckoning. I haven't seen it. I've seen the other thing. I mean, he can he can crash Card Trooper, which is super worth, and get a draw 1. But we gotta draw something good here because BLS be coming. If you get Gorse here, I just cry. Monster Reborn Spy. Oh, that's sick. Oh. Oh my god. There's no Gores. We better have Trag. Wow. Those are like the craziest like mills. Like, for Big James, that felt so unlucky. We milled the Honest and we milled the Gores. We're just giving the information of what we don't have in our hand, and that just let Lucas go ham there. It was literally, you have Trag or bust. I want to play Quick Draw Light Sworn, so you can activate Tuning and mill a wolf. How sick would that be? Ugh. Oh. We don't gotta put Lucas on blast like that, you know. Everyone has their moments of poor play, just as well as people have their moments of good play, you know. Big. Let me get the Lumina, please. Oh. We're on Nobleman. That's interesting. Here's the reality. There's a lot of players that can play very consistently well. And then there's other players who will play well like half the time. You know what I'm saying? Just how it be. Oh, tribute for Celestia. Tribute for Celestia. Give me that sweet punish. Guys, I had a Lightsworn build, and I still to this day think it's OP. But it was on triple Celestia, triple Hamster, and triple Raikou. And it was all for the ability to pop 3 and mill 7. Which feels kind of good. Uh-oh. Oh. Flip a spy. Get Veilered. Either way, we're pretty happy with this. Oh. What's going on? Well, we're watching Losers Bracket right now. Playtest IRL, are you hopping on Discord? You can call me if you want to join this commentary. Man, that feels bad. Falling asleep to my commentary. That's messed up. Alright, we're calling playtest IRL. How am I gonna wake up at 1 p.m.? I didn't wake up at 1 p.m. I woke up way earlier. I woke up at like 4 a.m. today, like a psychopath.
I'm gonna mute you on the stream here.
Fair enough.
But I want to hear your like beats. I want to hear those fancy beats that you have on the background.
Oh, thank you. Well, technically, he's on California time, so that's like it's like 10 a.m. You know what I'm saying? That's like pretty reasonable time to wake up on a Sunday.
It's actually 10 a.m. right now for me.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Sorry.
Chat's flaming you for waking up so late, but I was like, it's not really that late, you know?
Yeah, sorry about that. I was practicing Goat for 3v3 online. I was trying out some spicy decks, and then I realized it's solved over there, so I have to just play Chaos Turbo.
Oof.
Yeah, big oof.
This does feel Jover, although, if that was BLS, it would be better. We banish the Sangan and Synchro for 7 to Arcanite. We play Arcanite. I was really rooting for Big James, but Big James has kind of got unlucked in top 8, I won't lie.
What happened?
Well, he was playing his first top 8 match. He literally lost game 3 to like he milled like half his deck turn 1. It was looking insane. He normal summoned Aaron past, and his opponent just summoned Venus, summoned 3 Shine Ball and attack, and leeching for game.
Oh shoot. Yeah, I forgot. A lot of people don't remember that leeching the light can be used on light sworns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an archetype that's light focused, and it's pretty bad for light sworns for sure.
Yeah. Do you think Goat is solved?
Yes.
Probably, yeah. I think like for example, I'm buddies with a Goat YouTuber, and he kind of was telling me that like he got kind of bored playing it because like it is relative.
Oh no, Goat is not boring to play. It's solved, but it's not boring. A lot of people think that the format solved, it's boring to play. It's not. It's like tier limit format. A lot of people would say like tier limit format is like a solved format because tier limits is the best deck. It's one of the most fun formats because of the skill expression. If people like that stuff, some people don't like skill expression formats, and yeah, and then that's kind of like makes the format sometimes.
Yeah, my preference always leans towards deck variety over like a skillful mirror. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think like I get too bored playing the same deck over and over again. I have to play something new like a lot.
Yeah, I get it. I used to be like that when I was younger, but not anymore.
But now you've matured beyond my simple mental.
No.
Just
Just a matter of taste. Really.
Yeah. Well,
exactly. I would play chess too. Who's Lord CM? Is he someone that you know?
No, I do not know Lord CM personally.
Okay. Same. When everyone was on Go Control, I loved Goat more. But now everyone's on Chaos Control, and it's kind of like, it's a matter about moving your pieces right.
Well,
would
that
say.
heroes or not heroes, the warrior toolbox deck isn't bad either, right? Like, I think that deck's like
No,
pretty
no, 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 no,
reasonably
no.
good.
Warrior mirrors are terrible.
Oh yeah.
Warrior mirrors are like, it's just basically RNG, I'd say. But Chaos Turbo mirrors and Goat Control mirrors are probably one of the best in Go format. Sorry, I'm derailing the conversation.
No, no, you're totally
From,
fine. I personally, anytime I played Goat, I just play Relinquished because I think it's fun. But like, I don't think it's like good. Oh my gosh, Arcanite Wars here. Wow, this is like a pretty crazy close match here. We're top decking into the Arcanite, no Light Sworns in grave, we're just passing here. Even if you have Gores, it's not good.
oh, we got a hat fan in the chat. That's nice.
Hat greater than Tengu? We are smoking crack here, man. I think Hat is a pretty weak format, low-key, but...
Oh, jeez. Wiretap, let's go. You know, let's okay.
Well, I think after Tachyon, the game just got power crept into oblivion. Like, I think there's still good formats, but like, everything is significantly worse than what was pre-Tachyon. I hated the set of Tachyon. Absolutely despised it.
Do you know that was Spellbooks out at the time? Yeah, it was, right? So
Yeah.
they had Spellbook, what is it called? That quick play spell card that like adds like a bunch of spellbooks to their hand at the end.
Yeah, it was like Judgment.
Yeah, Spellbook of Judgment. Was that already?
That came out in Tachyon. So like,
Ooh.
I liked Spellbooks as a deck prior to Tachyon, because like, I liked the Priestess play, but then when it switched to Judgment, it was like, just slam as many spells as you can in a turn, add infinite, then special summon Jowgen versus Dragon Rulers, which are just also absurdly broken by comparison to the rest of the game.
Yeah.
But my thoughts on Hat is I think the format is fine. Like, I think it's okay, but I think Fire Water is just better than Hat. And I don't think I would really go out of my way to play Hat. I think I'm just personally not a fan of, again, like I said, post-Tachyon gameplay. I just don't like it. Until, like, Dragon Rulers are kind of dead. I'm not a fan of Dragon Rulers at all. And I also think Soul Charge is really silly, and I think Infernity is not very fun to play.
I'm actually a really huge fan of Soul Charge. Soul Charge is actually a balance card. A lot of people hate that card because it spans out a bunch of monsters, but both players have access to it at any points of the game. And it just when you make a board, you can get punished by not having your battle phase. So you have to like make a board that clears boards, not necessarily a board that's like impenetrable.
Yeah, I think like it's inherently balanced because both players have access to it, but I'm just still not like a fan of the card, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like it's fine, but oh shit. My router just fell. 1 second.
You have it by your foot?
No, it was on a little stand and I kicked the stand on accident.
Let's see. Did he under Thunder King? Because Thunder King negated his sword, right?
No, he Monster Reborn the sword.
Let's see. So he has 2 of them in the graveyard by chance? I don't know if you check graveyards during a game.
Oh yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah,
is that a thing you do?
Yes. But he had he had successfully summoned it twice. But he just Monster Reborn it while the Thunder King was on board, so he was like able to bring it back.
I'm basically doing chat controller here. I was just reading chat while we're talking.
Yeah, he had a properly summoned sword, so he is able to summon it.
Yeah, that's something you have to worry about in Tengu Plant format, is because of Warning and Thunder King Rival being used more.
Yeah.
And Reborn being a thing. I was like, oh, was that card properly summoned?
I weirdly find it easy to track, personally. Like, I just like always remember, oh yeah, I Warning that card. Holy. That was a close game too. Big James. Can he bring Lightsworn up?
So we have Light Sworns in the loser bracket, you said, versus Chaos Cathsith.
Yeah, sorry.
It's not a matchup that's very common. Yeah, that matchup's not very common.
True.
Because of because of the you know, I'm not gonna say it.
Oh my god, man! This is the second time in this match we saw turn 1 dust shoot.
Yeah, that shit's good.
Well, I just think dust shoot is like, that shit floats to the hand on Dueling Book.
Yep.
But that's like the last thing you want to see in a game 3.
Yeah. What can you do? So this is the thing about competitive play, especially when you're streaming it or commentating it, is that your expectations of the decks have to be like different from your expectations. If I'm being honest, like it's not gonna always be fun to watch because the decks that are being played are optimized for competitive play, and the optimized cards are usually commonly seen cards, if that makes any sense. Hey, what's up, Quinny?
No, I'm confused. I'm not following what you're saying, if I'm being honest. Like, are you saying, like, dust shoot, like, I don't know. I'm confused at what angle you're going for there.
Okay, so decks are optimized, and so you're going to see a lot of cards that are normally seen in optimized builds of decks.
Yeah.
And so it might make it seem like it might be fun to watch because those cards are commonly seen, and it's like, oh, I don't want to watch this stuff. Whereas if you were to see like something spicy get cooked up, and those cards aren't commonly seen, it's more exciting to watch. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I think that comes down to deck type more than anything. Like, I hate watching agent players play, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but if someone's on, like, I don't know, something remotely interesting, like, you know, for example, Lightsworn here, I think that's interesting, so I'm, like, down to watch it. You know what I'm saying?
Would you ever be down to, like, do a tournament where the format was kind of, like, modified a bit?
Would I personally be down? Probably. But I also, like, I think the only modification I would make to Tengu if I had to, like, change something for balance is I would probably ban Mind Control and Dust Shoot, and then...
Okay, but not something extreme like take out a whole archetype?
No. Like, again, I think agents are fine. Like, if anything, I would say maybe, like, limit Herald of Orange Light, because that card, like, is something that I think makes a lot of matchups awkward versus agents for a lot of other decks. But, like, it's like, I mean, it's still fine. There's still counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, I always think about these things like when we are retro. Well, we're both retro format enthusiasts,
Right.
and so because of that, we have the I would say platform to be able to run tournaments that have modified rules and modified card pools, just for the sake of like seeing what a format would be like without certain cards in the format. And everyone's who is playing the retro formats often complain. They have critiques. They always have critiques of the format. Every format has this.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be fun. It would be a fun idea. Fraser Smith did this thing where he I don't know if you watch him. You know Fraser Smith?
Yeah, I know Fraser Smith. I'll sometimes watch his videos. It's pretty rare though.
He did a tournament where he modified Edison format where you're allowed to have a modern card, a one of modern card in your deck, or you can have a banned card, one of banned card in your deck, and it ran pretty successfully, I would say, and so we were just able to see like Edison strategies adapt with the new card that they had for modern, so something like that, maybe something kooky or something fun.
Yeah, I mean, there are some cards I think could be like that are like came out way too late. For example, like the Battery Man Searcher. I think you add that to this format and it's totally fine. You know what I'm saying? It's like it makes Battery Man actually like a relatively playable archetype. but it doesn't but it doesn't take, it's not broken or like take away from anything, you know what I'm saying? I think that could apply to a lot of archetypes too. Like for example, I think Gear is like a really fun and cool archetype. Like pre-Gear Gear is really broken, or like would be too broken for the likes of Tengu. But I think if you added like X and then like Gear Geigen X and then like the Gear package, I don't think it would like Astro break the format, but I think the deck would be really good. Like Karkur Gear would be really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but that would only happen if we were to have a tournament for it, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure people who are like adaptive would be up to doing these type of tournaments. I know people who are like mainly like competitive players wouldn't like that kind of stuff because they like to stick with what they know, and then they want to just play with the best decks in those formats because they have like months and months of practice for like a retro format that's already kind of like getting solved every year.
Yeah.
But if you introduce new rules, there are a lot of people like me out there who like to adapt to new rules and new card pools, and then they'll play in a tournament and be like, "Oh, cool, new rules, new card pool. What's good? What's good?" And they'll start to try to deck build, and then they'll play like with the deck that they have very little practice with, and they're like, "All right, let's see if this works in a new rule set." So
yeah,
that's just my 2 cents. I'm not sure if you're like that.
See, I think like personally, I don't like. I think reasonably speaking, the issue I have with custom formats is I think like. So I think one, it's hard to get on the same page. The issue is everyone has different criteria for different things, and so like as an example, like I said, I think like. I would like I said for this format, I think the only thing I would change is I would get rid of Mind Control and maybe Dust Shoot, because like those are the most annoying cards to me. But I think everything else is like pretty balanced. But like if you were to ask someone else, they'd almost certainly tell you to get rid of BLS. But I actually think BLS is fine, healthy, and fun for the format. I don't actually think it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? So like. The issue is like to create a custom format, you need something that would be universally liked, but I think everyone universally has different opinions and issues with like different cards or certain things. So it's really hard to get on the same page to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, but with the internet, there's so many people out there, and you're able to reach all kinds of different audience, and especially people who are very adaptive, is what I'm saying. And so if you find the people who are adaptive, they're gonna jump to the cause, I would say.
Yeah, but I guess like the only way I see a custom format working is if I, as a content creator, go, all right, guys, this is how we are now playing Tengu format. Let's try this.
No.
And, you know what I'm saying?
One-time thing.
Yeah,
it could be a one-time thing.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, someone has to basically set the rules and just be like, this is what it is. Because it can't be like a negotiation or an open conversation of like how to make the ideal custom format for, you know, does that make sense?
Could be. You can have you have a Patreon, right? So your patrons can vote on like the card pool and the ban list.
True.
You know? Yeah, it's not impossible, is what I'm saying.
I'd have to hold a press conference on why you're not banning Maxi. Bro, I've held a million of those press conferences on why I wouldn't ban Maxi in this format. Yeah, Maxi is good for the format. I am happy it is in this format.
Yeah, it's an alright card. But you could do that too. You could be like, all right, let's have a format without Maxi, just to silence the Maxi haters.
And then you know what happens? Junk Doppel goes up in prio and becomes broken. Like, broken. Like, that deck is already really strong if you don't have to worry about Maxi. If you are not worried about Maxi, Junk Doppel is probably one of the best decks in this format. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, it goes hard.
Like, the turn ones, like draw 2 synchro combos are very easy to do in Junk Doppel. They're absurdly easy to do.
Yeah. I mean, this Valor. Valor's cool.
Yeah, but I think Valor feels bad versus that combo.
And then there's Droll and Lockbird, I believe, as well. So if you're worried about them drawing so much, there's also Droll and Lockbird.
True.
See, so this is where my adaptation mind goes in. Like, all right, well, there's other hand traps, right, guys? I don't know. Like, look at the possibilities.
My only change is add that battery man card so battery men become better. I'm down for that.
There's a lot of archetypes. There's a lot of archetypes that would do really well. I don't know. I really feel like there's a lot of archetypes that would do well in Tengu Plan format if they just had that one extra card. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know, like, Battery Man is, like, for sure. Like, I think it would be a lot better. I think technically you could maybe buff Blackwings a bit. But I personally, what I would do to buff Blackwings is I would just put Whirlwind to 2. I would keep Kalut at 1. I would literally keep every other change, except I probably would put Whirlwind to 2 to buff Blackwings in this format. I think that's fine. Because, like, Whirlwind's obviously, like, one of the better cards. But I think, like, Kalut is really annoying because of the variance, and we only have one Book of Moon. But if you had Whirlwind at 2, I think Blackwings can function a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. Blackwings like took a big hit off the ban list by losing their Kalutes. Actually,
Yeah.
they only have one, right?
Yeah, they have one Kalut in this format.
Yeah.
Which I think is healthy. Again, I think one Honest, one Kalut is fine. I hate those cards as is, as one-ofs. I would almost say ban Honest, because I hate that card. I hate Honest with a passion.
Honest would be a less...
Yeah,
Honest would be a less toxic.
well, I mean, not only that, I think Honest in Heroes is toxic. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's just that one-of card in Heroes that just adds infinite variance to the matchup. I would 100% ban
so
Honest.
you would be okay with Honest at 3 then, huh?
Absolutely not.
Because you said you don't like variance in Heroes. Like, okay, let's give him 3. So it's less sack here.
Are Heroes tier 0 with 3 Honest? They might be. That'd be pretty strong.
Know. I think Agents would be tier 0 if Honest was at 3.
Yeah, it's possible. Honest at 3 is really strong for both Heroes and Agents. I mean, I feel like you'd be trolling in the... Wait, but honestly, even spaceships would be Thanos.
I don't know about spaceships.
Have you ever seen what spaceships could do with an Honest? Double Honest spaceships, you auto win. Like they just OTK
Lord British?
nothing.
Is it Lord British that does it?
Because it's like if it destroys a monster, it can attack a second time.
Or a third time, potentially? Attack 4 times, 5 times? Depending on how many monsters it destroys?
I'm not sure. I think it's once.
Okay.
But all I know is like when I randomly play just random decks in this format with people, I've played spaceships and I've seen like outrageous OTKs with spaceships where you just see like limit or honest and you just win for no reason.
Yeah.
Alright, who's still in game?
Yeah, sorry we derailed this. I keep derailing because I like doing this.
No, I like derailing it too. Let's see, we got... I guess I'll watch Roger Smith's match because that's at least not an agent.
Did Lightsworn win the losers bracket?
Lightsworn
was Lightsworn.
That was Lightsworn and Catsith were in losers, and now Lightsworn is knocked out. It seems that Scraps won their match, so Scraps are still in it. And then there's literally like this is like my least favorite tournament right now because it's got like 4 agents in top 8.
What can I say? You know, agents are just a good deck. I don't know how to tell you.
I think agents are a good deck, but I have also witnessed some horrible sins into agents today.
What would you? Well, yeah, I know you've listed out with Mike the other day or yesterday.
Yep.
A bunch of things that you should never do.
Yep. The reality of agents is every agent deck, like the deck list of them, you know the deck list going into the game, right? They're very similar. They almost never change. Like you're swapping out maybe like Treacherous Trap Hole for something else. You know what I'm saying? Like it's never changing. So in a format where like you know an entire deck list, that means you know what your opponent's options are almost always. And if you know what your opponent's options are, it's pretty easy to play around. But I don't think people have adapted to that knowledge yet, which is why agents win a lot. Who's the guest? It's Playtest IRL.
Hi guys, it's Playtest IRL here. joining in on our commentary here at our wonderful tournament between agents and TG stuns.
Oh.
So the comment about your little open deckless, what is it, mindset?
Yep.
When you're playing against agents, agents have a lot of people think agents have a linear game plan. When there's so many different plays within the deck itself. Me and Mike talked about this yesterday. I don't know. I wasn't sure if you're tuning in. But they have plays where you can banish Venus out of hand for Hyperion. There's Tour Guide into Leviair or Leviathan Dragon. There's Tragodia to steal monsters and to modulate levels. There's Gores. Obviously, the Gores is a really good card in Agents because it has a defensive card. There's a lot of power pushes. The idea is sometimes, even though you have Hyperion with the Venus combo, you don't necessarily bring out the Hyperion right away. Sometimes you have to wait for your opponent to try to get over your Venus with the Gachi combo, and then you bring out the Hyperion, and then you try to do like your power plays for the clapback.
There's
I just think
options. I think there are options. Like, and I'm not trying to like say agents are bad. It's just like I think that again, it kind of goes back to my example of like agents is going to be one of the most picked decks out of any tournament alongside plants. So top cut is usually going to be inflated with a lot of them because a lot are represented. And then if we're playing, a lot of people are playing poorly into them, that also greatly inflates the strength of the deck, because I still see people commit the sins of they Valor the Venus when they shouldn't, and they, you know what I'm saying, like they play into the Gores and Trag. Yeah. Gores and Trag have to be given. You know what I'm saying? And it like in the same sense, like there is of course like I summon an Earth, crash in your monster to drop the Trag, but that is like a big tempo difference compared to just giving them the Trag. You know what I'm saying? Like you can choose when you do things. Like you don't have to attack directly until you're ready.
Oh, Trag is actually can be used on both players' turns.
Yeah, I know. That's
not a one-sided thing.
But that's what I'm saying. Like you either give them the Trag yourself and have an out to it, or you don't give it to them at all and force them to like crash into one of your monsters and use their battle phase to get the Trag. You know what I'm saying? Like you should remove the options versus giving them Trag all the time. Like,
yeah, I mean that's why people play Trishula to pretty much banish the agents potentially out of hand and graveyard to prevent the Hyperion from coming down. Yeah, I see all those plays, but I don't know. A good agent player would always like adapt to those as well. Like it's a two-side street. One guy's adapting to you, and you're adapting to them, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's not like the agent player is like blindsided going into a tournament, doesn't know what he's doing at the time. They know what they're doing. Like,
well, no, I think
okay, I know you're gonna side Blackhorn to heaven for me. I'm gonna side MST to hit that. I know what you're trying to do. You know, like they're not dumb.
Well, sure, but I guess I'm just making the point that like until people play better into agents is going to perform really well. You know what I'm saying? Like there's still people clearly making misplays. I literally just saw it on stream today. We had a player like had Nat Beast plus Catastor, and his agent opponent had a set back row, which was Book of Moon. They activated it, and the Nat Beast negated, and they still swung in direct. Which, like, the only reason why you're activating that Book of Moon and letting it get negated is if you have Gores, right? So, like, we just walked in the Gores cleared the board, and you, like, lost to it. And I see players just kind of, like, not respect things like that frequently. And so it's like, you have full board control, full game control. Your opponent has to just sit there and -1 every turn by setting monsters, and you never have to attack until you have an out to the Gores. And then you give it to them. Like, it's... Like, I feel like that applies.
He Book of Moon a Naturia Beast?
Yes. He had a set back row, and so with that set back row, he can't Gores, right? But when on entering battle phase, the agent player activated Book of Moon on the Naturia Beast, and then we negated it, and then still attacked directly, and they dropped Gores in it. The Gores went and wiped the board on the following turn, which is just
like... You might have also wanted him to Herald the Orange Light the Naturia Beast, right? Like, I think that's why he activated Book, was to bait out the Naturia Beast.
Well, no, he used the Naturia Beast effect and didn't get heralded. So, like, that still is a dead giveaway that your opponent has Gores. If you're not doing Herald there, what do they have, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but, like, the option was not to activate Naturia Beast, right? That was another option, too.
Yeah.
right? So because he wants to protect the Cherry Beast, so if Herald Warren's Light came down, he would have lost it.
But I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine
losing
losing the Cherry Beast there because you're taking 3 cards in the process.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, he just lost. Oh, so TG Stuns is now in the loser bracket. Is that what it is?
Yep.
I see. Yeah, I mean, it's an unbelievably good deck. Even though you know the deck list, it doesn't necessarily mean you know their hand. If there was a card that could like look at an agent's person's hand all the time, maybe the matchup would be better.
Well, I mean, that's why people side in like Dusher Mind Crush versus a matchup. But again, like, I guess I'm looking at it from the perspective of like, what is an agent player on average going to do in a single turn? They're going to normal summon Tour Guide, normal summon Venus, normal summon Earth. Those are the 3 options. That's what's going to happen. And then to extend, they're going to play Hyperion, or they're going to play BLS or Chaos Sork. And if I'm holding my Veilers for that, then they're pretty limited, right? Like, it's like pretty obvious what they do.
Look at this guy's back row. He has like a Horn of Heaven, a Warning. He had everything.
And despite having a monster.
Drawn, yeah, despite having drawn all those, it didn't stop the Mystery Earth from beating his face down. It's just how it is, you know. Like, you draw your back row, you don't draw your monster. Like, this is how you side decked. TGs have to be like this though. I don't know what the ratio this guy was on.
It'd be like that. This is why I like the Tour Guide TG, because you can like bring back banished agent or TGs and stuff like that, and it lets you get to your engine quicker, I think.
Yeah.
But
what are we watching next?
Let's see.
Are we done with this round?
I think we
are.
Double
so it never ends. It never ends.
Yeah, I think we are done with this round.
We have Lucas playing against mediating, so it's going to be another agent versus Chaos Katsu.
Also, Simply Zerg, I'm not trying to put you on blast. I'm just giving it as an example, right? Like, I genuinely think that was a misplay. I think you probably would recognize that as a misplay. But that's not to put anyone on blast. I'm just saying that inflates plays like that is what inflates the strength of agents. Is we're not respecting their shit.
They almost won that game actually because of Honest, right? Was he doing a risky play at one point?
Yeah, he went for the game with basically gambling that his opponent had. If his opponent didn't have Honest, he had game, but his opponent had Honest.
Yeah, Scrap is actually an aggro deck. Even though people think it's a combo deck, it's actually an aggro deck. So he attacked with Naturia Beast and Catastrophe, right? To bring him down to 40.
Yeah.
36.
Mm-hmm.
So all he had to do was do 36 points of damage to win the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think I kind of agree with what Simply Zerg did on that game because of what Scraps do best, which is to win the game as fast as possible.
Attacking into the Gores?
Yeah, attacking into the Gores and then potentially making it so that they don't have the Honest because they're going to try to push back on the attack, right?
Well, no, so Catasaur is the best card in the agent matchup. It is literally the best card in your deck to deal with agents. And so if you give them Gores and don't have a response, you are literally handing them an out to your Catasaur. With Naturia Beast Catasaur on the field, what do agents actually do to stop you? Because let's say he doesn't hit that Gores, and instead he just passes back to his opponent. His opponent summons Venus, gets a Gachi maybe. There's no play.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know. Do you ever save people's replays? You should save people's replays and then rewatch them.
Do I
see if what Simply Zerg did was justified?
I mean, we could go back and look at it, but I'm fairly
confident.
Have it? No, I don't have it. We'd have to ask for it.
Hey, Simply Zerg, put the can they post links on your chat?
I don't think so.
Do you allow that?
They have to DM me on Discord.
Put it on. All right, DM on Discord. Leave that little leave that replay behind so we can watch it together. Let's see if what Simply Zerg did was justified.
What is Shiners on? I think it's agents as well.
We don't have to watch the current games. We can watch a game in the past.
Shiners agent. Yeah. Okay. So is that also? So it's either Catsith versus Agents, Agents versus Agents, or Scrap versus TG. I think I want to go Scrap versus TG.
Well, he's in the tournament. Okay, so he's not even listening to this.
Yeah.
I thought he was kicked out. My bad.
No.
So he still has a chance to win it then.
Yeah.
Okay.
He should be fine. Just don't play into Gores.
Maybe.
Well, I also, I guess, say it from the perspective of, like, people, like, you know, I talk about X-Sabers a lot, and how I think X-Sabers are a lot better than people think, and one of the reasons for that is a lot of people tell me the X-Saber matchup is losing, but in my, or X-Saber versus Agent matchup is losing for X-Sabers, but I actually, every time I play it, I feel like it's winning for me, and I think a big reason for that is I follow like those rules. Like in basically in Zerg's position, that position is very recreatable by X-Sabers. Have a Nat Beast plus a Catastor on your field. I'm really happy with that board state, and I would never give them Gores because the only way I give them Gores is once I have an out to it. So that means I'm either playing for like Gotems, or in his case it would be he needs a Scrap Dragon to be able to out the Gores on the following turn because Catastor is just so valuable to protect.
Yeah, I mean the deck so the thing is your deck is a control deck, whereas a scrap deck is an aggro deck. So an aggro deck has to rush down their opponent to win the game. Your deck can go Gotem's hand loop and just rip the Gores out of the hand anyway. So I don't know. You have the luxury of time on your side.
Well, I think you have the luxury of time with that board state though. If you have Nat Beast, like the only thing they can do is like summon Hyperion. If they have Hyperion pop, they have to use it on your Catastor. If you don't have Valor, then that's unluck. But if you have Valor, then like that's their best play. If Gores never drops, they have no out to Catastor.
Yeah, I guess so. But there's also Christia to lock out the scrap from bringing out their beast. So against the agents, they have a time limit.
But Christia also doesn't stop Catastor. Nothing stops Catastor outside of Hyperion pop or BLS banish. And you need that to resolve to win. So that, but
Trishula.
Like they would need,
Trishula.
yeah, they would need Trishula, but that's really hard to do when you are facing that Catastor.
You can make Hyper Librarian with Earth and Venus.
Yeah, but that's an unrealistic board state if you have Catastor, right? How are they getting 2 monsters on the field with 1 normal summon a turn? If you have Catastor. Well, yeah, like obviously there's plays, but it's like you have Nat Beast, now you remove Monster Gore and you remove Dark Hole as an option. You see what I'm saying? Like the options are limited.
There's Gores and Trag too. Gores and Trag can run over Catastor.
Why are we not watching a game? Because I'm waiting for their game to start.
Gores and Trag can run over Catastor too. So it's not like Catastor is like the best card against that, but it helps. It helps a lot.
Sorry, what'd you say? I was clicking on the game.
I was saying that Gores and Catastor is an out to ally Justice Catastor.
Yeah, Gores is an out, but again, you have to play into it to give that.
Trag can be played proactively if they make a Gachi. So actually, not Gachi and attack onto your Catastor, and then they're gonna take battle damage because the first destruction effect goes off. And then they can bring out Tragodia.
Yeah, but again,
there's a lot more outs than you think there is.
Well, no, it's just like those are significantly worse options, right? Like it's like
have to go neg.
Yeah, you're going negative, or like you're hurting yourself, or it requires like very specific situations to unfold. But like from like a flatline perspective, if I have Catastor and a Valor in my hand, agents have very limited options to deal with that outside of exactly like a spell one of, like obviously mind control outs it as well. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things that can do it, but it's just like it's like from a generic perspective of how to approach the matchup, it's really strong.
Yeah. What you're doing is smart. You're doing a rule of thumb where against the matchup generally you make these things, and that's what you should always do when you're making theories for how to beat certain decks. Because it works. It's a workable theory. But when you introduce evidences to try to are you familiar with what falsifiability means?
No.
Oh, it's a science term basically. So theories are workable until new evidences are proven. That's how theories are made. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a theory. It would be something.
Be a fact.
Like the God. It would be no. It would be a God statement.
Okay.
A God statement is something that cannot be proven false with new evidences. But what you're doing is introducing an element of falsifiability, where your theory can be modified with new evidences. So in your case, the new evidence would be something like, oh, there's a certain amount of spells that can be used to outcataster. There are a certain amount of niche situations that could outcataster in a typical agent deck. Treacherous Trap Hole is another one too.
Yep.
So from there, you would have to kind of like remodify your theory to make it so that Catastor isn't the only card on your in your general rule of thumb. Right?
Oh,
so
yeah,
now it's
well-
Veiler in hand, or I don't know, something along those lines.
There's obviously multiple cards that play into like how to beat agents, but it's just like I'm basically all I'm arguing is from that like previous game, having Catastor plus Nat Beast is a very favorable position because you remove half their options to remove the Catastor because you have Nat Beast. You know what I'm saying? So then by giving them Gores, they're breaking that field, right? But like it literally it's just like, how can you play the game to remove options from your opponent and you have like they were in a very good state to remove most of their play options? That doesn't mean like won't see the counterplay to it, but like it's really good.
Yeah. I mean, that was a really good board for sure. Catastor and Naturity Beast.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And it does shut off the spell lines to stop the board from being cracked.
Yeah.
I wonder if he had the Veiler in hand, though. I'm really curious.
I have no idea.
He might have not, because his following play was 2 Scrap Dragons.
Yeah.
It's likely that he didn't have it because Scrap Dragon has to pop something on the field to pop the Gachi.
Yeah. But I mean, I would still say either way, even if you don't have Veiler, I would still take the Gamba on them hard drawing Hyperion just to out your board and then come back with a Scrap Dragon on the following turn. I think that's totally acceptable versus just giving them a Gores, which like again is like a telegraphed Gores, and that definitely outs your board.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean the game could have gone differently. I'm really curious about what he had in hand.
Oh,
we'll find
Liberty
out.
At last.
Oh, Liberty.
That's a really good card.
That's an old tech. If you look at old deck lists for TGs, it's in the side deck.
True. But we on the main
puts it back in the deck. It puts it back in the deck. Oh, he can't do that. That's
he can. It's a
dab step. Yeah. Wait, hold up. Lance is. Oh no, Lance is substep 3. So Liberty at last is substep.
Wait, yeah, you
now
can. You can Lance at damage step. Scrap Storm, I don't think you can do though.
No. Liberty at last activates on substep 7 of the damage step. And
So-
Lance can only be activated up to substep 3. But he can't activate Lance. Cannot activate Lance.
So he can't activate Lance, but he also can't activate Scrap Storm, no?
No, that's definitely sure. For sure, he cannot activate Scout Storm.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Okay.
Two cards that cannot be activated here. How do we go about this? Do we just let it resolve, or are they gonna call judge?
Looks like they've figured it out. I think.
Yeah, that's good. The other day, Simply Yu-Gi-Oh actually did a play where he missed his timing with Scrap Searcher, and he was able to make a Naturity Beast because of the Scrap Searcher, but he would have missed timing, and I caught that after the tournament ended.
Oof. I do like that Scrap Searcher card. I think it's a cool card.
Liberty at last. Oh, it has to be face-up cards. Ew. I'll face up monsters. Still bad. I wouldn't play it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a big fan of it either, but it's just weirdly specific. where like you could just run D prison and be happy.
Yeah, for sure. So what are you gonna do after this tournament? Is there gonna be another? Is there like a after tournament video you're gonna make?
I'll probably do coverage of top 8. Maybe.
Okay. You want to do that? I can collab with you.
If I have access, I need access to the deck list. I don't have access to the deck list at the moment. So like, if I get access to the deck list, I'd be down to do that. But I don't have
Sure, no
it
problem.
at the moment. Otherwise,
Do a collab. We're all coworkers here, so we have to, help each other out.
True.
Does people know what you do for a living? Is that secret?
No, it's not secret.
Okay.
I think most people know that I do esports.
Crazy. League of Legends, right? Is
Yeah.
that what you do?
Yeah. Well, I like run an entire like collegiate program, but I also coach the league team. So.
Coach.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to win CLOL this year.
They call you Coach Tyler.
Not really.
Hey, no respect to the name.
Well, see, my name is technically Crazy Legs in the league world, so
Oh, is that right?
yeah. If anything, it'd be Coach Crazy Legs, but we don't really use formalities like that. Usually, we just refer to each other as like idiot or no. I'm just kidding.
Oh man, that's funny. So you guys are all tight with each other, basically, which is kind of funny.
True.
There's no like hierarchy. There's no coach. What is it? Coach athlete dynamic going on.
Well, there is. It's just like, I mean, it's not like traditional sports, right? Where like I don't know. It's just kind of different. It's just more of a chill environment than anything.
And you get paid to do it.
True.
Lucky you.
I don't know if it was luck. I did spend a lot of time to get there, but it is.
Oh, I see.
It is.
Is that something you had to get a degree for? Just a question you hear.
No,
Some
you don't.
questions here.
You don't need I mean, so like you need a degree, but there's no like you don't get like a degree in esports as an example. Like.
No. But like to be a mentor or like was it liberal arts major?
Mine was I was a communications major in college, but
okay,
like
there you go.
You have to like you have to have a degree to work at colleges because obviously they're not going to hire someone without a degree when their whole fundamental core is.
Hey, if I want to be a janitor, dang, I have to get a degree.
Well, for something like that, that's fine, but for other things,
I'm just joking. Dude. What about like simple administrative tasks like clerical work? Like to do words, Excel sheets. I'm sure that doesn't require a degree, right?
No, but usually colleges just outsource that to students. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I figured too.
It's just like
I forgot
campus
about the outsourcing thing they do.
Yeah.
Man, it's crazy.
So it's like, yeah. But it's pretty fun. Like I enjoy my job. I definitely don't want to leave my job.
Why do they call you Crazy Legs? Do you swim?
No, that was just my username back when I played. I mean, it's still my username on League now. I'm Crazy Legs.
Are you like a sprinter back in high school or something? Is that where the username came from?
It came from back when I was working at a grocery store a long time ago. I had this manager and he had a lot of energy basically. And like they would play like awful music on the radio. So I'd like, I'd goof off, I'd dance to it acting like an idiot. And he'd see me dance, he'd come behind me and he'd start chanting, "Go Crazy Legs, go Crazy Legs, go Crazy Legs." And I thought it was funny. And so that's where I got the name.
I'm loving this lore.
Yeah.
Tyler lore.
That's the lore to Crazy Legs. I actually
I
wanted
thought
that
you were.
name so
Sorry, I
bad.
thought you were a kick. What is it called?
Like a
A
break
taekwondo
dancer.
guy.
Oh
Oh,
no.
taekwondo. Like you're able to do your like high kicks and low kicks.
Oh no.
I don't know.
I don't think I could
Now the
kick
lore is
very
the
high
answer.
at all.
Yeah. I
But
don't know.
yeah.
Like a lot of people that I know used to be like big athletes when they're in high school.
Mhm.
So I just thought that was the same for you.
Oh no. I was always a nerd, man. I competed in Yu-Gi-Oh! And League of Legends. Basically, most of my life.
You're a wrestler, you know, like you just do a lot of takedowns.
No, I don't think I could. I'm not a fighter, you know. I'm not someone who's really an aggressive person. In fact, I very rarely get angry.
Anky Tyler.
Did we just lance Tengu?
No, the only reason why you get angry is if someone Valor's a Venus, right?
True.
Just plays badly into Agents. Or if Agents wins the tournament, that's another reason to get angry, right?
No, I don't get angry if someone wins the tournament. Like it's fine. You know what I'm saying? It like again, I don't even think Agents is a bad deck. I just think it's inflated.
Inflated. Oh, okay. I didn't know there was two. Oh yeah, there's two. Two Tengu Plant Discords, including yours. So you're three. You're number 3 here.
True.
Are you a moderator on one of them, the Tengu Plant Town?
Yeah, Tengu Plant Town. I mean, like basically, Photo Shooty and I, we met many moons ago because he posted he was hosting the first ever Tengu Mania, and I like joined, and I was gonna play, but they had a lot of issues with running their tournament, so I just went to sleep. I like dropped with the tournament, and then afterwards, I started chatting with him, and I realized that Photo Shooty's a really cool guy, and he was passionate about growing Tengu, and so was I, and so we started like. He like made me a mod, and we agreed to kind of work together on like growing the format, and like we have like 1,500 members in that Discord now, but it started with like 20 or something. It was small.
Yeah, you guys definitely hit a gold mine here.
Yeah, I mean it was just really cool to like. It's been cool to see the process.
Yeah, you're basically grandfather.
Yeah.
And what is the other guy's name? Photo Shoot is basically the grandmother.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, we got a World League. World League.
Yeah,
for Tengu
apparently
as well?
that just started. I'm kind of interested in doing that, but I would need teammates. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Or you can cover it because you're a channel guy.
True. Yeah, I mean, I think either way. Like, I actually find playing more enjoyable if I'm playing for or with a team. Like, I love the team YCS idea for Vegas. I'm so excited about that because I care a lot more when I have like teammates counting on me, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Hey, what's up, Photo Shoot? Welcome to the chat.
There he is. Yeah. Me and Photo Shooty, we started this journey a while back ago, but it's been crazy growth. It's really sick.
When did you start it? I forgot. What year did you start doing all this stuff?
I think I'm almost at 2 years of doing.
What about Tengu in general? Or unless you're saying it's the same time.
No, I mean I've been playing Tengu forever. I knew this format was goated.
I see. I'm talking about when you started making this a retro format scene.
Well,
2 years as well.
Yeah, I mean, it would start when my channel started. I guess like prior to that, I hosted a tournament for, Tengu with Luxury Gaming, and it went pretty well, but that was like a whole other lore story. So like I did that a year before meeting Photo Shooty, or before I even did YouTube. I hosted a
see.
Tengu tournament, and it did really well. But since I was in college, when I was in college, I was going to class, I was playing League of Legends for the college, and I was coaching 2 professional teams. So I was like, I just didn't have time.
Yeah.
Maybe link all the Discords.
Non is telling us to link. Yeah, there you go. You got it.
I have the Tengu Plant Discord and my Discord in the description of every stream or video I post, and then the link to the Toronto, I don't know what it's called, but that's in the Tengu Plant Discord as well. They have a partner server channel, so you can find every Discord within the Tengu Plant Discord. In other words.
Your teammates for YCS is Billy, right? Or not Billy?
Bobby Break.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Bobby Break and then Ben Eisenberg. Those are my teammates.
Pretty stacked already. We have X Saber. Are you gonna be the Tengu guy?
Of course, I'm playing Tengu.
I just gotta ask you. It's not always a given.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't basically, both my teammates relatively main their format. I mean, Bobby plays Tengu as well, but he mostly has played Edison. So as of recently, so that was kind of my goal. I just wanted decent players that main their formats for the tournaments.
Yeah. You just want good players.
Yeah, and both Ben and Bobby are good players. They've been playing forever.
I've never heard of Ben.
You never heard of Ben?
Goat, right?
I mean,
what's his username?
He's not he doesn't play online tournaments. He's like a friend of mine from growing up in Nebraska.
Oh, I see. Oh, wasn't he the one that you brought to a tournament, an IRL tournament?
No. He's just a long time childhood friend I have. He was one of the better players at my locals for a really long time. He has a lot of historical tops, and he plays a lot of GOAT, which is why.
Oh, I see. Has he been playing GOAT?
Yeah.
At all?
Yeah, no, he actively plays GOAT.
Okay, I see.
Basically, anytime there's a GOAT tournament that he plays in, he typically gets first or second. So I'll accept him as a GOAT player, you know?
Accept him.
Well,
make it sound like you're the recruiter.
I was the recruiter. I had to build my team. Nobody wanted to team with me, man. It was messed up. I thought when they announced this, I was like, bro, there's going to be no Tengu players. And then there's so many good Edison players I reached out to that were just switching to Tengu so they could play with other good Edison players, which I thought was insane.
Yeah.
If you haven't played Tengu, I think you're gonna have to do extensive testing if you're an Edison player switching. It's not they're pretty different.
Yeah. The formats are kind of similar though, so it's transferable skills, I would say.
I'd say similar in card pool, relatively, but
yeah.
But I think your decision making is really different.
Yeah.
For example, in Edison, you can reliably do things knowing your opponent doesn't have a response, and that is a weird habit to break. Versus if you're playing Tengu, because of Veilers and stuff like that, you have a lot more risk or punishment to your play, so you have to think more about what your plan A, B, and C is, where Edison is okay, I'm just gonna do this and they can't stop me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's kind of like Pokemon.
Yeah, true.
With trap cards.
Pokemon with trap cards. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really excited for that event. I'm so excited to be at YCS Vegas. That's gonna be a good one. Plus, you got amazing Mike Man on your team. That's a good one.
Well, I already had a conversation with Mike that I don't expect him to do well, and I also had an expectation not to do well as well. So I was just gonna be I'm there for fun. I'm a semi-competitive player. I don't know if you know. I'm not someone who's like who plays the best deck all the time.
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
I mean, I wouldn't expect your team to do poorly. That's my guess. I think Mike Man's a good player.
Yeah, he's playing his deck that he likes to play, and you are probably gonna play X Sabers, I'm assuming.
I'm not sure yet. I've been thinking. I've been testing a lot of different stuff actually.
Yeah.
But X Sabers is always an option because it is my favorite deck, and I think it's goated.
Yeah, you know what? You know what would be the biggest plot twist is if you took agents and then you enjoyed playing it.
I played agents historically in this. I literally bubbled YCS Kansas City with TG agents. Like I think. I understand the deck pretty well. Like I've played it before. It's fine, but like I don't think I could ever play it at a tournament. It's like for the same reason I wouldn't want to play plants at a tournament. Like I just don't want to coin flip mirror matches all day.
Yeah. Oh, do you think that's a 50-50 matchup? Or yeah, that's what I mean to say.
So like,
oh, are you saying all mirror matches are 50-50? Yeah, that's normal. Yeah, people say that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean it's like obviously skills at play, but I just think like, let's say I'm against a very good Tengu player playing agents, and I'm also playing agents. It's just a coin flip if I win, right? Like, if like we're both playing perfectly, it's whoever draws better. That's all it is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
and
I know that. Yeah, I don't know if something got over me. I was like, wait, why is it 50-50 for the mirror match? But I was like, wait, we're playing the exact same cards.
Yeah,
it
exactly.
has to be 50-50.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, like, yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of how I view it. It's like in a vacuum, would I rather play something that people don't have a lot of experience against, or would I rather play something everyone's testing against and siding for? You know, that's how I see it.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll see you in the tournament, and hopefully, your X Sabers will actually win it out this time.
Bold of you to assume I'm just full sending the X Sabers, but I do love.
What's your favorite deck? You love that deck.
I do love that deck.
I think child basically.
It's
your favorite child.
It just has like the highest skill ceiling, and it's so fun. Like it just does so much stuff, and the plays, like the combos or plays you do when you go off, just feel better than anything else. Like nothing feels better than you like summon Gotems and then rip 2 cards by tributing 2 Dark Souls, and you're just gonna search like 6 times in your end phase, and like it's like you could Dark Hole my board. I don't care. I'm gonna get everything next turn, and you have 3 cards in your hand.
Yeah, you made it your identity basically. I bet you have an X Saber tattoo. Like on your I don't know, on your shoulder or something. It's like an X. It's like a little X on your shoulder.
I wish I had an X Saber tattoo. I don't have a single tattoo. I've never like thought like I want to put this on me permanently for like literally anything.
Not based.
I understand why people do it though. I think tattoos are cool. I just like can't think of anything that I'd really just want on myself for that long.
It's sick. It just have like a big X across your arm. That'd be awesome, dude.
I'm trying.
Or your chest, even better. Like a whole giant X across your chest.
I would like, just have my tattoo be all the ones no one plays. You know what I'm saying?
Is it X Saber Soza that has an X across his chest? I know one of them has it.
I think so.
Because you don't have to be born an X Saber in the lore of X Sabers. You have to be indoctrinated. It's like a religion.
Wait, there's an X Saber lore? I don't even know this.
Yeah, they're all different types, right? They're all like, the one's an insect, the other ones are beast warriors.
Yeah, they're all different monster types. There's beasts, there's warriors.
They obviously, you're not born an X Saber. You're indoctrinated into being an X Saber. Hey, having the tattoo, or the belt, or something. I don't know. The uniform.
Interesting. I'd be down for that. I'll become an X Saber. I am an X Saber. X Saber crazy legs.
Yeah. Your secret power is dancing.
But also, I do like playing like my favorite decks in the format are X Saber's Karakuri, and I like Psychics a lot too.
Yeah. If you were a Yu-Gi-Oh card, what would be your effect?
Hmm. That's an interesting question.
Yeah, I ask this question all the time to people who are Yu-Gi-Oh fans.
My effect would be pretty
Would you
broken.
be like an inherent special summon for X Sabers? That isn't Guard Strike?
Oh, what's the... I have to, like, find it. There's that one card. I think it's Guard Strike, right? That's the like 2100 guy, right?
Yeah, he's Cyber Dragon. But you
Yeah.
need 2 X Sabers in the graveyard.
Yeah. But yeah, Cyber Dragon with 2 X Sabers engraved. If that card just said if you had 2 X Sabers engraved, special summon it, it would be really good. Like it would be insane.
Wait, what was the effect? Sorry. If you had 2 X Sabers, what?
If you had 2 X Sabers engraved, just special summon it versus like no, like the Cyber Dragon version. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're saying like to add on to? Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, that has to have no. You have to have no monsters. Yeah.
Because then you could like normal summon something and then just special summon it inherently, and then they can't max C, and then there's the risk of fall troll. So then like, you know what I'm saying? Like it just puts them in a weird spot, and it's like big attack. I've actually considered Guard Strike a couple times because its effect is like weirdly good.
Yeah, it baits out Thunder King Ryo.
True.
I don't know if that's your bane. Actually, it's not your bane because you can just sync.
X Sabers don't give a fuck about Thunder King.
Let's see. Thunder King.
Oh, we just summoned the Barbaros, huh? You can't even de-prison it.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough spot for Simply Yu-Gi-Oh here.
I like the Imperial Iron Wall for dealing with the de-prison. I actually think this card is like underratedly good. I think it's pretty strong.
Yeah, it stops all the agents from coming out.
Stops all the agents, stops any chaos monster, it stops de-prison, it stops Miracle Fusion. It's pretty strong.
Too bad MSC's at 3. MSC's at 3 in this format, so it's like whatever.
Yeah. That's true. The hard part is like siding back row versus agents feels kind of awkward because they're always gonna like have 3 MST plus they're gonna like maybe side into Decree if you're already a back row heavy deck.
I'll be right back.
Alright, good luck. Barbaros plus skill drain equals full combo. Genius Fly, I think you and I have different ideas of what a full combo looks like. Wait. Oh, was it called a haunted? Pretty sure you can still special summon here.
And what's going on right now? They're paused, are they?
Yeah, they're basically simply activated Call the Haunted, targeting Scrap Dragon, and that option hit him with the Solemn Warning, and then he activated Duality, and he's like questioning if he can activate the Duality.
He could do it.
Attempted...
Yeah.
Yeah, he can. I know
Duality.
that, but I mean, I can post it.
Yeah, because you negated the activation of Call the Haunted, so you can activate part of Duality. Yeah, that's right. Where'd them judge at?
I don't know who the judge is for this tournament. I know very little about this operation, you know?
Same. I'm
just-
also in the same boat.
Just a guy. I'm just the dude who shows up and puts it on my YouTube channel.
Exactly. Same.
Where's Amazing Mike, man? Why isn't he in this tournament? Full sending the derpy dinos.
He's probably testing his deck. Someone told me that he was testing his deck or something until 3 a.m.
Yeah, that's
on
what
this
Chad
chat right here. Yeah. So he's probably sleeping, you know, like he's respite. He's in respite.
I want Amazing Mike, man, to play X Sabers. I think he's a perfect candidate for the deck.
You know, it'd be funny if you guys both played each other's decks. That'd be so awesome.
I think to be good at Jirax, you have to be X Saber brained.
Maybe.
Like it's just the playstyle of the decks are very similar, like X Sabers and Jirax are. But I think X Sabers are a bit better. So I mean, I think that they're just better. But
you should play Jirax for YCS Vegas, and he should play X Sabers. That'll be so great.
Actually, no. I think
you guys will.
I think Jirax is a sin at YCS Vegas because everyone and their mom is gonna be on triple main deck Maxi.
It's a sin? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because all of Jirax's plays come from rekindling, and you don't have an option to just not do anything or stop when they max see you. So it's like it feels pretty bad. Granted, if no one knows the matchup, you might be okay. But I think that's like the toughest part about Jirax at YCS Vegas is like you got to think there's infinite Edison players that are hopping over to the format for the first time. So what's their go-to thought? Oh, Max C's at 3. That card's broken. I better main 3 of them. That's like what they're gonna do, right? And so they'll get punished by back row decks. I actually think back row decks are really good in this tournament. Like I've been heavily considering Falcon Punch for this tournament as well.
I'll do it. Back row deck is bad in time. I wish everybody that.
Well, Falcon Punch I think is a bit different.
Does it burn?
No, it's just like I think it's a bit more aggressive.
I was just joking.
I also think Scraps is a good meta call for the tournament.
Yeah, I agree with that one. It's aggro. It does damage.
It does a lot of damage. It's not weak to Max C. It has like controlled options. Like it can do a lot of stuff.
Ooh.
But like again, because I'm playing with a team.
A team? Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm picking like the best deck that I think will have the best chances at the tournament.
All right, so you'll be playing agents then.
No, I don't. Again, I would never play agents.
What?
I do not think agents has the best chances at the tournament.
You're letting down your team.
For the same reason I say the 50-50. I actually think TG Stun has a significantly better chance at the tournament than agents.
You're letting down your team.
Or even Gravekeepers is a good meta call. But I think people will expect Gravekeepers.
I see. Well, yeah, it's well, you tried at least. Oh shit.
Listen, I'm here to prove one point, you know, and I will play for that point. If I have to prove it myself, I will, you know. I'll play anything but Plants and Agents, and I'll sit there and win.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, Car Curry's also a good meta call for the tournament. Because it has good plant matchup. Like a very good plant matchup.
Yeah, we tried. You should just play a deck that made X3, like Imprisoning Mirrors, just to hate on agents. That'd be so fun.
You could do that, except you could play TG Stun and main deck Skill Drain, and then it applies to all decks.
Nah. Wait, is there light monsters that activate in the graveyard for agents? There's none, right?
No, not really. Yeah, no.
Well, this one is free. You don't have to pay life points.
Oh. Yeah, that makes it better. But also, Skill Drain stops Tour Guide, which is pretty good too.
Yeah, that's true.
It stops Tragodia too.
Oh yeah, the attack points. Yeah, of course.
So, like, in general, Skill Drain just kind of walls off 90% of Agent's deck.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Sam Pedigo. Do you know who Sam Pedigo is?
Name sounds familiar.
He's the guy that main decked Iron Wall in Dragon Ruler format, and he won a YCS.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be like that. Someone's gonna do some sort of like main deck 3. Actually, I don't think it's actually possible because MSC's at 3.
Yeah, it's not as simple in this format.
Yeah, you can't just main deck hate against like agents because MSC's at 3.
You know what the main deck hate for agents is? Effect Veiler. And
yeah, that was a good one.
Catastrophe.
Yes, it is. I playtest IRL young ancestor. Why do you beckon me?
What say you?
Archery and GK best deck. GK will lose in time. He's not gonna win the tournament. Card Curry. Maybe.
The nice thing about GK is, like, I think it has so many swinging matchups versus the meta, like what a lot of people will play, and then you have, like, on the few games where it's tough, you have 2 teammates to hopefully carry you.
Yeah, so is that your plan? You're gonna get carried?
Absolutely.
Oh shit. You're gonna be the baby that gets carried?
So no, I actually have played in a 3v3 YCS before. I played in the first ever one in Atlanta, and at the time I wasn't actively playing, and someone posted in a random group saying they were looking for teammates, and I was just going for fun, and I was like, all right, whatever, I'll play like dinos or something. Like, I don't care. Like, I didn't think the players that I was with were like actually good. So like I hadn't heard of them or anything. I was just like, it's just some random dudes. I'm down to just full send and see what happens. But then I find out my teammates were actually insanely good at the game, and they are playing meta, and they're just winning every round, and I'm sitting here just losing every game, and I'm like, I felt really bad. I was like, holy shit, I did not realize that this was going to be like remotely competitive. Had I known, I would have like maybe bought a better deck.
Where was this at? I'm sorry, I missed where the setting was.
In Atlanta.
Okay. YCS Atlanta?
Yeah, the first Team YCS was YCS Atlanta.
Oh yeah, it's pretty competitive. Team things are like huge everywhere.
Well, I know, but I just found 2 random dudes on Facebook who were going that asked me to be like that. We're just looking for teammates, and so I played with them.
Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't think it was gonna be that competitive like my team would be, but my teammates were insanely good, and I'm just sitting here losing every round. I'm like, oh fuck.
Were you looking down on them because they're on Facebook looking for teammates?
No, I just didn't assume that they would be like, you know what I'm saying? You don't expect that like random people looking for teammates are just gonna be cracked. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were just cracked.
It's kind of like going to the bathrooms in like restaurants, and then you see like a phone number. It says call for a good time, and then you call that number and you actually have fun. It's kind of the same, like in my mind. It's kind of the same thing. I can see that happening.
Young ancestor, yes, both of us will be at Vegas.
Yeah, I'm going to Vegas. I have a team already. But I'm going for fun. I'm not going for like the competitive spirit to destroy everybody.
I'm going to destroy everybody. I'm gonna win the whole thing. playing my favorite.
I'm gonna be the
Ages.
baby in my team. I'm gonna get carried by Mike, the amazing Mike Man, and my secret Edison player.
Oh my gosh, that sounds big. Yeah, I'll be carried in Bobby Break's big, strong arms.
Is he jacked? Is Bobby big? Like, is he jacked now since he doesn't play as much modern Yu-Gi-Oh?
I have no idea. I've met Bobby Break in person once.
I actually knew a player who quit Yu-Gi-Oh, and after he quit Yu-Gi-Oh, he became a gym bro, and he's now like super jacked.
Honestly, I know a lot of people that quit Yu-Gi-Oh and went on to live very happy, successful lives.
Oh,
like there is a, I don't know if you know the player Ryan Newburn, but he was like a,
I know.
He like went to he topped world or topped Nats and went to Worlds one year, and he was from Nebraska. That's why I knew him, because that's where I grew up. And like before, this man was like overweight. You know, he was just grinding Yu-Gi-Oh. And then one day he quit Yu-Gi-Oh and was like, I'm gonna go walk across the world. And he's just lived this incredible life ever since. The dude's like just achieved everything he's ever set out to do. And all I can sit there and think is like, man, he just quit Yu-Gi-Oh. And that was the deciding factor that changed his life. Then, you know, Tyler Tabman won.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, he won
wind up
format, yeah. And he quit right after that. He went on to like be a pro poker player. He made a ton of money. I think he has a pretty successful career now. Bro, it's just...
Okay, here's my theory on that. Okay, so you think that it's because of Yu-Gi-Oh that's holding them back. But I would actually say that it's because of their personality type. To become good at the game in Yu-Gi-Oh, you have to dedicate a lot of sit down sessions to become good at it, right?
Yep.
Tyler Tadman and what is your friend name? Ryan what?
Newburn.
Yeah, Ryan Newburn. So they already had built in them the desire and drive to succeed in whatever field that they go into.
Correct.
So once they switched careers, quote unquote, then they became successful, and this is already kind of seen result-wise. These two guys were able to pursue a different side of their career, and then now they're highly prosperous. Now, if you take the average Yu-Gi-Oh player, you say, if you just quit Yu-Gi-Oh, you'll live happy lives afterwards, and that's it.
Well, okay, to be fair, I'm not actually advocating for just quitting Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't actually think that's like the factor. Like, I'm just memeing that like they did. There's just two examples of people who quit Yu-Gi-Oh! And then went on to be very like successful in what they did. But I mean, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fine. I think in a lot of ways for me, like coaching League of Legends, Yu-Gi-Oh! Helped me a lot. Because like drafting in League of Legends is very similar to deck building in Yu-Gi-Oh! You have to really think about what people are gonna be picking, and then what you can do to counter that, or if you have to strong arm certain cards or champions in the same light, right? There's a lot of things that I've attributed like the success I've had with coaching League to Yu-Gi-Oh! Just from like thinking about the game differently than a lot of people do.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's the main attribute that you need to become successful in life, is the drive. First of all, you need the drive, and the other one is to be able to like look at opportunities and take them.
True.
So, and Yu-Gi-Oh players, the average Yu-Gi-Oh player does not have those skills. And I hate to say this, but that's true.
Maybe not a lot of drive, but some do. I mean, there's a lot of successful Yu-Gi-Oh players out there, I mean, I think it goes to card games in general. Because, like, typically to be, like, a good card game player, you have to be relatively intelligent, you know what I'm saying? And if you're relatively intelligent, you probably can be successful if you know what to do.
You could be intelligent. That's definitely a predictor of success. But I think there's a lot more that goes behind success too.
Oh, true.
So if you ever read Malcolm Gladwell's book called Blink, or I think it's called Blink. Yeah, Blink.
I've never read a book in my life.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway, continue.
So yeah, anyway, so Malcolm was studying a bunch of people who were successful, and the attribute that made people successful isn't the intelligence that everybody thinks it is. It's actually being surrounded by other successful people. So surrounding yourself with successful people actually makes you successful, which is kind of weird, right? It's not that weird thinking about it because like your people are very heavily influenced by your surroundings, and so if you just surround yourself with successful people, then you're likely to be successful in life. That's just how it is. So it's not because you're intelligent is a better marker. It's because you're just sociable. That's more. That's a more accurate predictor of success.
Well, I think that also extends to just like, that's what's going to create more opportunities for you as well, right? Like if I was best friends with Bill Gates, I'm sure I could find a very good job. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would have an opportunity presented to me. And so, like, yeah, social climbing is actually really relevant in terms of success as well.
Yeah, exactly. Bill Gates, just being friends with Bill Gates or Elon Musk or Andrew Tate or whoever's like big on like money right now.
TCG Rewind, if you're friends with me, you know, you'll pop off.
Are you saying that are you like secretly a millionaire or a billionaire?
Yeah, totally. I'm definitely super rich, you know.
Got it.
Honestly, if I was rich, our Tengu prize pools would be absurd. Like, if I had millions of dollars, I'd be dropping 10K on our tournaments. Be like, fuck it. Just to support it.
Yeah, that makes sense why you were able to get to go from Utah to California in like one day. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Are you a trust fund baby? Is that what it is?
No.
I'm just joking.
Although, my family does own quite a bit of land, so at some point I'll have a pretty decent inheritance. But I don't really, like, plan around that, you know, because I like my parents being alive. Personally.
Yeah, I mean, some people don't, but I get where you're coming from. Dante Xavier says, what does he say? He said, for Tengu stayed for the TED Talk. Yeah, sorry about that. I tend to talk about life a lot, which is fun. This is what happens when you have me as a guest, because I won't talk about Yu-Gi-Oh at all. I'm just gonna talk about life.
Hey, I like discussions like that. You know, I like thinking about life and stuff. I'm actually a big fan of religious conversations as well. I think like religion is fascinating to me.
Same. I love religion as well. It's fun.
At least talking like religious theory, you know.
Yeah, but we're gonna bore the hell out of our of our watchers if we talk about religion.
No, I don't want to talk about religion on stream.
Exactly.
I would certainly not do it. I'm just saying I enjoy it. You know, I like talking about religion.
Yeah. Religion's fun for sure. A lot of history behind it for sure.
True.
Why are they taking so long to play?
I don't know. That's what I've been thinking. Like, that's also kind of why we're just getting sidetracked, because I swear every turn is taking like 40 minutes.
Is there a time limit for this event? Do you know?
I have no idea. Again, I know everything about an event Photoshooty runs. I know nothing about an event that Photoshooty does not run.
You gotta change that now, because you're the Tengu mascot.
I don't want to be a mascot. I'm so much more.
You're icon. Yeah, you are more than an icon. You're also an icon. That's what I'm saying. You're a trust fund baby. You're a crazy leg lore.
Billionaire.
Philanthropist.
Professional League of Legends coach. Philanthropist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just one of my many achievements.
Yes, exactly. Yes. You probably donated like millions to charity. We don't know.
Yeah. By millions, it's like a couple $100 to the Tengu Plant tournaments that I want to promote.
Exactly.
I donate most of my Patreon funds to Tengu Plant format.
There you go. And soon to be YCS Miami. Potentially. Who knows?
Nah, I like YCS Miami, but Tengu, I firmly believe Tengu is peak Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think it gets any better after it. So I like fully think Tengu is best format ever, and then every other format I'm like I like a lot of other formats, but I just like not as much as Tengu.
I get it. There's elements of other formats you like, and this is the one that you like the most.
Yeah.
Makes sense. What are those elements?
Well, there's some formats where I just personally like playing the decks themselves, but I don't think the format is, or like the formats are inherently like insane or good. Like for example, I think my favorite deck of all time was Metal Foes, so I like playing Metal Foe formats. But usually for me to like a format outside of like, if I really just like a specific deck, it has to have some form of diversity or like deck option, and it has to have a lot of options. So I like heavy diversity in formats I play, but I also like as much balance as humanly possible. And I hate formats that depend on die roll to win. Like I don't like oh, I go second, I'm automatically at a huge disadvantage, which I think Yu-Gi-Oh historically has had a ton of formats like that.
Okay, makes sense.
Like
diversity and not dependent on die roll.
Yeah, I think those are the key factors.
Yeah, diversity usually comes with having a larger card pool.
Yeah.
So you would like modern formats if it wasn't dictated by going first or second then?
Yeah, I think, well, modern is really weird because I think the gameplay is unfixable. Like I'm not a fan of where the direction the game went in terms of, I hate the idea that, like I like that trap cards exist in Tengu Plant format, for example. I hate that the game speed has gotten to such absurd levels in modern, and I don't think it's fixable. I don't think, like, you could ban so many cards, but it's just impossible. I think the game needs to be reset.
Would you be up for like a rotation system in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Oh, absolutely.
As opposed to a ban list?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was having this conversation with someone who plays modern, and they were just heavily against it. And they didn't really give me a reason other than that it would make the game worse. And I was like, all right. So it's hard to have conversations with people sometimes who are married to their ideas.
Yeah.
And I always ask them, what do you think about having a rotation system? And they'll be like, no. And I was like, why? No. I was like, okay, whatever.
Well, see, the one thing I enjoy about what you do is you challenge beliefs. You challenge logic, and you challenge even with the agent conversation. You'll challenge me on everything. I like that. I like to be challenged on what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
You like to be challenged?
Yeah, I do. I like it. I like having to iron out my points, or like. So it's like if I really firmly believe something, I want to either be disproven, because it's actually good to be wrong. It's good to be disproven because then you learn that you're incorrect, or it like strengthens your own belief, right?
Yeah, I get it. I get where you're coming from. But I don't know. It feels good to be, to be ignorant. Oftentimes, I don't know.
Oh yeah, ignorance is actual bliss.
It's fun.
It's so nice to be ignorant.
Just like act how you want to act, and don't give a shit about whatever anybody says. You know, that's usually textbook fun.
Yeah, that is textbook fun.
And then they meet someone like me, and I'm like, why? And there's just like, I don't want to talk to you. I was like, fine. So yeah, you lose a lot of friends being like this, but you know, and I make sure I choose my audience wisely now.
Well, yeah, I mean, but a lot of people just inherently don't like having their beliefs or ideas challenged either.
Yeah.
Because for most people, it's like, I don't know if you've seen people that like do this, but I know a lot of people like this, and it like tilts me like super hard when I see people who are like, if you support this like political thing or whatever, then don't unfriend me, don't talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's a very ignorant way to approach things.
To be fair, politics has really gone to the shithole now, especially in America.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even want to talk about politics half the time because it's so like, I don't know.
So polarizing.
It's uncontrollable. No, it's also uncontrollable to the average American.
That's
because
true,
of our representative democracy.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do, really? So I don't even talk about politics half the time anymore.
If I could change the political system, you know what I would do? I would just make everything an online vote. Like, obviously,
Okay.
it'd have to be verifiable, like, that a single person only gets one vote. But it would just be like, I think I would trust society to vote on a topic, and you could reopen it up every year or every so many months, and people would just vote and say, like, hey, do you support this? Yes or no? And they say yes, and that's what's followed. You just follow the societal majority.
Yeah, I guess so. Young ancestor asks, how come I do not play Pot of Avarice and Karakuri? Kind of nuts to me. Space issues is mostly the issue.
Yeah, I think you're a psychopath for not playing it in Karakuri as well, for the record.
Yeah, I mean, I see Karakuri as a combo deck, and if I'm not winning because of my combo, I'm not gonna be winning at all. So Pot of Avarice is like, whatever. It makes the deck more controlly.
I think it's broken. I even liked it in your build you were running, just because of the fact that, like, you fill your graveyard so fast, and then it's like your answer to getting Dark Hole. They Dark Hole your board, you shuffle everything back, draw 2, you go again.
True. I don't know. I'll think about it. Because right now what I do is I make a lot of decks, and I'm like a mad scientist. I just make the decks, and I don't think about the consequences of my actions. And so I let the community, like, fine-tune it and try to make it more, like, ethical. And then I'll be like, all right, cool. So then, yeah, cool. And then I just go on to the next idea. I'm like I don't know. I'm sure the mad scientist is the best archetype to describe myself.
You just like testing theories, and I respect that. I'm
Yeah,
the
I
same
just like
way.
testing theory. Yeah, I just test theories. I don't really fine tune anything. I just design prototypes, and if the prototypes ends up, creating mass murder, like, well, whatever. I'll let you guys handle that.
All right, hold on. I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
You wanted to let me carry this freaking stream?
Yep. Good luck.
Ben Shapiro 2. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so boring. I remember when you played a deck where every game is different. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about how do I perform XYZ combos under XYZ circumstances. There's zero surprise and there's zero wow factors. Yeah, Ben Shapiro, I agree with you to an extent. But the modern formats are always changing because there's always new card pools. Because there's new card pools, people have to learn new combos, and they have to, like, beat their new combos. So it's an endless chain of, like, changing your shit all the time. Like, should I put my deck to be board breakers? Should I be hand trap heavy, etc. So, or should I just go all gas? Some decks actually do that. They just go all gas. So you have 3 avenues by which you can make your combo deck strong. You can either make it hand trappy, board breaky, or all gas, to reiterate what you mean. But it is kind of boring if you don't like any of those 3 paths, and you want to play retro formats for the reason that is back and forthy. So that's the reason why I like it as well. Only OGs know when your only stone trap removal is MST when Heavy Storm's banned. Yeah, I do remember that format. And that's Dust Rainbow too. But Twin Twister came out. Yeah, Twin Twister did come out. Yeah, then there's lots of ways to do it. Yep, I agree. Does Thrust actually add a trap card to your hand? It does. Yeah, it does. Because I play it in Master Duels. So Master Duels is fun. I don't know if you guys like Master Duels, but I play a lot of Master Duels because I don't have to pay as much money to get 2-0'd by, or not 2-0'd, but because there's no 2-0 system in Master Duels. It's all best of 1. So some people like it, some people don't. I personally do. Best of 1, best format. Gets the events going. I actually think that for the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Modern, they're probably going to do best of 1 pre-side. It's a new little way of that card games that are competing with Yu-Gi-Oh! Are doing. In order for the interest of time, people are pre-siding in game 1. But the issue with Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that you don't know what deck your opponent's playing, so it's hard to pre-side. So I think the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going to be centered around having knowledge as to what type of deck your opponent's playing. So you would have to say, like, I'm playing these archetypes, and you have to tell your opponent that, and then you're going to be like, all right, well, I'm going to pre-side for you, basically. I think that's the way that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going to go going forward. Anyways, back to the gameplay video. We have scraps. We see an Iron Wall be played here. I can't really show you guys the graveyard because I'm not Tyler from TCG Rewind. So let's see if I can find that game for you guys so that I can tell you what's in the graveyard. Skip intro. Okay, let's see if I can find this guy. I don't know exactly where in the bracket there are. I think I do have access to this knowledge though. Let me just check my Discord. Simply Yu-Gi-Oh's in the losers bracket, if you guys are wondering. But let me see exactly where he's at right now. Is it this one, top 8? Yeah, top 8. So Simply Yu-Gi-Oh is in the second round of the losers bracket. So the next person in the next bracket, in the losers bracket, is Lucas, who's waiting for the winner. Actually, no, they're not even done. So the winner of this bracket has to play the third bracket. Yeah, so the third bracket, Lucas is waiting for the winner of this one. So for those guys who are wondering, and it looks like Scraps takes this game. So Scraps is going to be facing off against Chaos Katsith in the next set, and lo and behold, we have two agents waiting, beholding at the very end of the winners bracket. So we're gonna have to wait. For sure, we can expect agents to be in the finals, but we're waiting on the winner of this one and then the winner of the next one to determine who is going to be playing agents in the finals. That's going to be what's going to be happening for those of you guys who are still watching this stream here. Tyler's going to be pretty lazy about changing the game, so we're going to have to switch it. Tyler, are you there? Are you back? He's not back yet.
Alright, I'm back.
Okay, Tyler, so the winner of this game is going to be going to the third round of the losers bracket. There's 4 rounds of the losers bracket, so we have to watch 2 more rounds of the losers bracket before we get to the winners bracket.
Yeah.
The winners bracket is already decided. Roger Smith is going to be
he's in finals. So we have...
So he's been 2-0ing everybody, and really fast too, so...
True.
Yeah.
Roger Smith is an insanely good player, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got... It'll be Lucas versus Zerg, right? Scraps won that match, right?
Yeah, Zerg won that match. Yeah, that's right. So it's going to be Scraps versus Katsit.
Nice. The Scrap Sith. That also means that that's our top 4 decided as well. So it's Cat Sith, then I believe double agents.
Yeah, that's right.
Cat Sith, Scrap, double agent.
Easy. Let me see if I can find my...
I'm rooting for you, Zerg. Don't play into Gores.
Good decks. I don't know. He's playing against Roger Smith though, so he's a very talented player, as you've said before. Yep. He's playing the best deck, so that's going to be 2 things working against Simply Zerg, who's been making misplays, but playing a rogue deck. Perhaps.
The best deck is debatable. Don't get me started. I fundamentally disagree. All right, let's see.
As an unbiased observer, it's agents. Let's see here. So it's gonna be Lucas. I can't log into my dueling book because my cache think that I'm still logged in somewhere.
Oh, you like DC?
No. Oh, I know why. Because I have another tab. I'm so bad at this. Okay, I found it. Path Sith Unlimited. What's that guy's name? Oh, Luke. Yeah, Lucas.
I didn't realize that this was a double Elam tournament when I signed up for it. I was like, oh, top 8? That sounds like that'll take me like 10 minutes.
Like 2 seconds. Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
But now it's like, oh man, this is a big one.
Do you not know the name of this tournament? It's called Toronto Winter Championship.
Yeah, that's why
yeah,
that's why my thumbnail is the Canadian banded Keith with a maple leaf.
Wait, why is it Canadian?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's not referring to Toronto, Canada, but I still thought it was funny, so I did that.
Oh, I see. Because Toronto is in Canada.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about that. Makes sense. So we're playing a Canadian format. Isn't that crazy?
I don't think this is actually I mean, like, I don't, because, like, I'm pretty sure the server is, like, the Swedish server, so...
Yeah.
I don't know why it's called Toronto, but I just thought it was funny to make it Canadian.
Oh, Toronto is because of the list that we play for the format, for Tengu Plan format.
Oh, good point.
That's why it's called, yeah, YCS Toronto. That's why it's called Toronto Winter Championship.
Wow,
To specify so that we don't confuse it with Columbus.
Wow, I never got that read at all.
I actually have something. I have a suggestion for you. We should do a Columbus Winter Championship or a Columbus tournament.
I actually like
adds,
the Columbus
Great Tornado.
card pool.
That's Great Tornado and Dark Worlds. Those are two archetypes that could shake things up. Where Agents is the best deck, and if we have Dark Worlds in the format, it might shake things up.
Wait. Hold on.
You like how I talk? I just automatically assume shit in the question.
How are you gonna say that when Amazing Mike Man said the same thing yesterday, that he doesn't think Agents are the best deck, and he also thinks they're inflated to poor play?
I don't know. I just think Agents is the best deck. But if you add in, would you think that Dark Worlds in the format would add a lot of variance to the diversity?
Well, I initially played this format with the Columbus pool. Like, even my tournament series between me and Joe was with Columbus pool. So,
yeah,
because, like, that was actually, like, prior to Dortmund kind of setting the standard of it being Toronto, I actually advocated for us to play with Dark World. I prefer it.
Do it. See, you don't have to, like, follow these people who say that these formats are better. You could just go, all right, let's do Underworld format, Columbus list, let's go.
Well, sure, but I think my goal was I want Tengu to take off, because it was at the time. I mean, now it's getting a lot more popular, but at the time it was like a sin that to me it was a sin that no one played it. Right?
Yeah.
So I was like, I need to do something to make it work. And so I didn't really care whether it was Dark World or no Dark World. I just cared that it was on the same page. Because, like, a lot of people will use anything they can as, like, a weapon against something. So, like, because there was a Dark World debate, people would basically say that as a negative about the format. So I just wanted something to be established.
Yeah, you're trying to make the format grow, and you saw that Dark World was holding them back. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was fine with either. I just saw, like, I just wanted it to either be, yes, we play with Dark World, no, we don't. And we initially, the Tengu Plant Town server was on Columbus pool, but then YCS Dortmund set it to Toronto, so we made the switch and locked in there.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm saying for the mass audience, in order to grow your Tengu Plant format community, you basically had to say, you're fired to Dark Worlds, basically, so that you could grow the community. Because you're fine with it. But the issue is that other people don't have a problem with it, right?
Well, no, so, like, I initially, like, to start, like, when I started my channel, I was hard forcing Columbus. Because I do agree you have to basically say it's one or the other. And so I was saying Columbus. But it was because Dortmund was the first official event for, like, Tengu Plant that it made a lot of sense for everyone to just follow that, which is why I was okay making the swap. I just wanted to make sure we had a consistent, okay, this is how it is, so people don't just be like, oh, well, no one can decide what to do. And like Team Madolce saying in the chat, like, we had some arguments about Dark World for a long time.
Yeah, drag down to the grave and looking at hand, like, what, 3 times a turn, or potentially? Yeah, I get it. I get where you guys are coming from. I don't know if but Dark World's like a fan favorite. I don't know. Like, it's a really cool archetype. Grafa is really cool. Skill Drain at 3 is really cool in that deck. Being able to, like, put a 3000 beat stick on the board that is reoccurable sounds like a really cool deck.
I think that Dark World was, like, pretty strong. Like, I think it was definitely like a meta deck for Columbus format. But I also think that, like, the reason why so many people hate it is because it's one of those decks that when it goes off, it feels horrible to play against, right?
Yeah, like Dragon Turbo.
Yeah, it's like when it does what it does best, it feels miserable because, like, you're getting cards ripped out of your hand. But the reality of Dark World is it really wasn't that consistent. It's a very bricky deck. Like it
It
can
is.
brick
It's very
really
brick.
easily. So like there's like a lot of risk to reward to playing it. I liked it in the format because I thought it gave a punish to Gravekeepers with turn 1 Royal Tribute, and I did think it was like really able to compete with a lot of the other decks. So like I think it opened up the format slightly more. That's why I liked it, but I'm also fine without it. It doesn't really matter. It's like one deck.
Yeah, you don't care whether Dark World's in the format or not. But there's also Great Tornado, which Hero Beat can also use. I'm not sure if there's a win archetype that people use in this format. There's not, right? They can Super Poly the Tengu.
Yeah, but would you want a Super Poly Tengu? Sounds like a pretty weak Super Poly target. In what scenario are you doing that, by the way? Like, you have either Stratos or Alias on field, and you think the best thing to do is Super Poly an opposing Tengu.
Good point.
I guess, like, the only scenario is, like, if you want a half shot, because it halves all your opponent's monsters' attacks, right? So, like, if you want to do that on their turn to, like, make everything else weaker, I could see it, I guess, you know? But...
Is there another card that we're dismissing from Columbus?
Not really.
Or is it
it's literally just Dark World and Great Tornado is the primary difference. Because most of that set, like, Great Tornado was one of the main releases. There's also, like, that, I think it's, like, Parallel World Fusion or whatever. It's like a Miracle Fusion that puts back Banish cards. But it's, like, a lot worse than Miracle Fusion. I think that card came out, but no one ever played it, so...
Dark Worlds. I'm just joking. The reason why I say this is because I actually topped with YCS with Dark Worlds.
Oh really?
That's why I'm like, yeah. This was was it Long Beach format with windups and yeah. So at that YCS, the 100th YCS, I got 23rd place.
Oh nice.
And I was like, cool, Dark World best deck.
Didn't Dark World win that event as well?
Yes, it did. So even though it was an inconsistent deck, it was able to win a tournament. Easy, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, Quinny is saying that you can Super Poly a Stardust too in Orient Dragon.
You can already do that with the Dragon.
Oh, Drago. Yeah, Drago Quest. Yeah. Dragons.
So yeah, I mean, Great Tornado really doesn't contribute all that much. I think it's a cool card, but it's like not super necessary.
I see. So it's just Dark Worlds that everyone's all like having a fit about.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. I don't care. I can care less if you do Columbus or Toronto. I'm just saying, you know, if you want to shake up the meta, introduce a little bit of chaos into your format, like the Joker.
I would be down to do like Columbus tournaments. I don't care. I think it's fun. But I think the main, I think Tengu Plant Town or like the server would avoid doing it just because of confusion. It just gets so confusing. People will like question everything if they see it once. So it's like better.
It's like a toss format. There's like 4 formats of toss format. So to make sure, that's why there's a lot of infighting in that court. I think there's like no consensus as to what toss format should be widely played because it's 4 of them.
Yeah, I don't know how people found toss format to be fun. But, you know.
Well, there's 4 of them. So the early toss format didn't have. I think they didn't have Nibiru. So there's. Do you know what Nibiru is? By chance? Yeah. So some of them have Nibiru and some of them don't. They also is Dark World No More. Dark Ruler No More. That was a card that wasn't around for early toss format.
Yeah, because all those got released in that 10 or whatever. All right, Penny, fine. You want up here? I'll give you up here. You can come here.
Oh, I forgot you have an animal that you have to take care of.
Yeah, I got a cat. She's adorable, and she's insisting on joining the stream. She just loves being in the spotlight, you know.
Yeah, I mean the what is it? The pets always resemble their owners.
Yeah.
The child.
That's why Penny's lazy and overweight.
Oh, I just love the self-depreciation. Yeah, Quinning says supporting the same format as Konami does make the most sense. Once people have explored most of Toronto and grow tired of it, there could be room for some Columbus. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get there though. We'll get there one day at a time. I had someone message me on Instagram. They're like, oh, is Collectible Exchange going to be doing Columbus or Toronto? And I was all like, I don't know the answer to this question. And so I had to actually look it up. And I thought, because I don't lurk the Discord enough. Apparently, there is a distinction between the two format. And then I had to, because he was all like, I really want to play Columbus format. And I was all like, oh, so it's hard to tell you. It's going to be Toronto.
Well, it's just
Yeah.
it's just them Dark World players just excluded. But that was also why I personally advocated for Columbus initially. Was like I think, like I'm always like, why exclude a deck, right? Also, why are we summon Chaos Orc under this Thunder King?
Thunder King.
Oh, that's why. Because we have lethal.
You had a thought. You lost your thought.
Oh yeah, I always think more, like, unless a deck is tier 0, so like in the example, I think like if you introduce Dino Rabbit to Tengu Plant format, like you play YCS Kansas City format, I think Dino Rabbit is significantly better than everything else.
Ooh.
I think it would be like a tier 0 deck, but I don't think Dark World's tier 0, so I always think more decks is better, like more deck options, so I don't hate Dark World. The only thing I think Dark World did to the format is it like forced people to side for it, so you either had to side like Gemini Imps or like DD Crow or Debunk, like kind of had to be in the side for it, which like didn't feel that bad, but it did still eat like 4 slots.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Dark World is a deck that you do have to kind of like, hopefully you don't run into in Swiss sense. Isn't there a ruling with this one too about like Gemini Imp versus like cards that are uncertain whether it's gonna discard or not?
I think it applies for Royal or not Royal. What am I thinking of?
For Columbus.
Royal Tribute. That's what I'm thinking of. Because like you can't Gemini Imps.
You can't Gemini, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So even though you have a card in your side deck for Gravekeepers or for Dark Worlds, that same side deck card can't be used for Gravekeepers. That's sad.
True. But I think like if you, for me, I would just side DD Crow and Debunk because like they had the most like. I think they had more potency. If you just banish the Grapha, that's all really Dark World does. So like it was fine. But you know, like again, I personally enjoyed playing against Dark World. I thought it was like challenging because like it is a difficult deck to face, and you have to play really smart around it. And I found that fun. And obviously on their high roll scenarios, you just get blown out and lose. But it's I see it almost like very similar to Lightsworn, right? If your opponent like high rolls on Lightsworn, you're gonna lose, and there's nothing you can really do about it. But it's like just feels less frustrating because they're not sniping cards out of your hand. But with Dark World, like it just feels more frustrating for most people. That's why they don't like it. But I still didn't think like the deck was like Astro broken or anything like that. I thought it was just totally fine.
Yeah, the thing about Yu-Gi-Oh, and I think this is true to a lot of the formats too, is that the privacy is like a big thing. So like people like the option of being able to bluff, and so when you play against Dark Worlds, the option is no longer there. People kind of know what you're doing for the next few turns because they saw your hand. So I think that's a huge thing. A lot of people who like to bluff are in this game, and so that's why they don't like Dark Worlds.
Yeah, bluffing is healthy, but also Dark World like terminally lacks responses, especially the like one everyone thought was broken, which is like it's like the hand control build, right? It only does one thing. It's like all gas, no brakes, right? You're trying to snipe your opponent's hand. If it goes off, it feels amazing. You just reduce their hand to nothing, and you're gonna probably win the game off of it. But if you don't, like if you don't go off, you don't actually have any responses to what your opponent's doing in the same light.
Yeah.
There's very few defensive
reoccurring 2700 beater plus infinite hand knowledge is not fun. Yeah, I guess it can be unfun because you don't get to bluff. But I'm not that type of guy. I don't care if my opponent sees what I'm trying to do for the most part, especially since it's only 3 times a game. And so after like a few turns as the game goes on, especially because that deck doesn't like beat you down that fast. You can argue that it does because you can bring out multiple Grafas, but I think those hands are very far in was it far and
few and far between. And again, like the other cost of Dark World is you need 2 cards, right? You need 2 cards to do anything. You need a way to discard, or like you need a Dark World monster you can normal summon to bring back. And most of your monsters you want to pitch or send to grave at some point. So like Dark Worlds get starved for monsters after an extended point of play, and it can feel kind of stinky. Like it's just good at what it does, and it feels really broken to play against when it pops off. But like people just ignore, like if you were to play, like playing versus Dark World, you'll be frustrated when they pop off. But when you play Dark World yourself, you'll be frustrated because you're gonna brick, and you're gonna be like, wait, I can't actually play the game as easily. Especially with the drag down build. Like the consequence of drag down is if you open like cards you don't want to discard or that are minuses, or like if you open heavy spells or something, you're just kind of trapped. You can't really do anything.
I agree. Yeah, I played the deck before and I was like, I can't do anything with this hand, so I'll just pass.
Yeah.
And then you used to get beat down with like vanilla monsters essentially.
Well, I remember like because YCS Kansas City, I was playing TG Agents, and it was versus Dark World in one of my matches, and I remember it was actually Asian Persuasion, if you know that guy. But I was playing
know that guy.
at like top tables, and I just remember he put 4 cards on board with Dark World, and I specialed Striker, normal Venus, and then got the Shine Balls, made a Gotchi, and then synchroed for Black Rose, and I nuked all 4 cards because Dark Worlds just don't have responses to things. So he just lost. Like I just +4'd him on a single turn.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
You just gotta draw that virus sooner, you know? How it is.
Yeah, Trishula is also in the format, so it makes Dark Worlds a lot less powerful because you can just banish the Grafra from the graveyard or field. You can hit both of them. So, one of those things.
Yeah, I'm a Dark World fan. I'm fine with it. It's chill, but a lot of people are like anti-Dark World. They're grumpy gamers towards it, and that's also fine. I get it.
They're the type of people who have like white mode on their phone, light mode, and then we're all like dark mode, like degenerates over here. Like, oh, I like my dark mode.
But I think dark mode is far more widely accepted than light mode. Just saying.
No. That's not always true. Some people have their eyes like their retinas burned, but the light mode.
Yeah.
Some people like having drives white cars around. Have you ever seen those people? Like I think there was a study done on this, for people who drive like white cars around versus people who like to drive dark cars around. And then the personality types are associated with them. I don't know exactly what the study was, but it was something along those lines. I thought it was ridiculous, but yeah.
I haven't heard that. I just remember I was it was back when I was in college, because I was playing like college esports, right? And I remember one of my teammates, like I had a friend came to visit, and so he was hanging out in our school's like esport lab, and he was playing, and he pulled up his like Discord, and it was like Discord light mode, and I got a message from one of my teammates saying I didn't realize you brought a psychopath into the school.
Shit. Light mode is too cool. Yeah, I actually met some people who have light mode. I'm just like, wow, your eyes must hurt all the time.
I think
because everyone's addicted to their phones.
There were some things where I didn't even like conceive to think it was an option to swap it, so I just had light mode on, you know, because some of them just like default. Like I think for the longest time my Twitter was light mode just because I didn't know I could change it, and then I was like, oh, I think I would prefer dark mode.
I was the same way too. I used to have a phone and it was always on light mode because I didn't have the tech savviness to like say, maybe I should change my background to be darker. Yeah, I'm totally dark mode as well. I tried doing light mode just to see like what it would be like for like a week, and I was like, I can't do this. I can't read anything. I'm blind. Like, I don't know. Maybe I was born that way, but I don't have glasses or anything. But
to be honest, I'm slightly favored of dark mode, but I also am fine with light mode. Like it doesn't really like impact me. Like a lot of people are like super hard one way or the other. I'm like, it's whatever.
Yeah, it's like a cult. It's a cult basically. The cult of light mode on phones.
Interesting. We are very low life, just slamming the Arcanite. Can't even pop the back row. Don't get deprisoned here, brother. Bro,
I think he's gonna go into Arcanite Magician here. Hey, yes, never mind. I'm too far behind right now. I'm watching your stream.
Oh. Does my stream have a delay? It shouldn't.
Yeah, there's a delay. I was watching your stream and then I was like, I'm gonna go back on delay book because, real time.
It has to be like a very slight delay. Uh-oh. I think we're going to game 3. Is my read here. Yeah, Arcanite's been big
needs
this
to work
turn.
on their like
You what?
Blue Book needs to work on their little not replays, but like when you click out of the window, it doesn't track the game until you click back on the window. And then what it does is that it tries to like speed up the process to the point where the game is currently live. So it'll like turbo out. So now I'm currently, yeah, there's an Arcanite on the field in attack position, I believe. And then he's facing down a Scrap Dragon. Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, now I'm caught up. So.
Okay, so
It was fast forwarding.
we summoned Scrap Dragon with no priority, obviously. Now we set a card, get to pop.
Pop, 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 pop.
It's not game.
He's gonna try to go for lethal here. Yeah, it is a game if he attacks.
Oh,
directly.
okay, it is game.
Yeah.
I just figured he would scoop like sooner, I guess.
No, Scraps don't do that. Scrap likes to go face because it's an aggro deck.
Shinislaw, I want you to know I hate you for that opinion. Yeah, think about that. I'm just kidding. I could never hate Shinislaw. He's just so damn handsome.
Do you know some of these players? Do you know who Roger Smith is in real life?
Not in real life, no. I know he's a
I don't
good
know his
player.
real name. I don't know his real name in IRL because apparently he does go to IRL Edison events. I just don't know who he is.
Here's a secret. Roger Smith is me playing with my feet this whole time.
Yeah,
Shocker.
that's not true. Because first of all, you hate agents with every ounce of your body,
Yep.
and so
His
to have
only two
your
decks
feet-
are agents and plants, so I would have to be like Omega Sinning to be
Yeah.
Roger Smith.
yeah, so that's like the biggest tell that it's not your feet that's playing Roger Smith's account.
You never know. Maybe I'm just gaslighting everyone, and I really think agents are just super good. I play them all the time.
You have an alt account that just plays specifically agents.
Yeah. It's called Roger Smith.
Oh, right. You gotta keep with this lore.
Just like how
You just play like
Himne and Dark Signer are the same person.
Dark Signer. I don't know who that is.
He's Himne.
Yeah, I know that, but wait, does he really have an alt account?
No, Himne is like Dark Signer is like one of Himne's close friends. They play very similar decks in tournaments a lot of the time.
Oh, I see.
And they work together on their builds. And so I like basically at one point I just told them that they were the same person.
That's something that I don't believe. When people say that they work together on a list, I don't believe that at all. I'm one of those people who are skeptical about that.
Really?
Yeah, when people talk about, oh yeah, me and my teammates, we came up with a really awesome brew, and when I hear that, I think, that's not what happened. What happened is you guys had a major disagreement about a card tech, and one of you guys decided to keep it in your deck, and then the other guy decided to keep his tech in his deck, and then it's gonna end up being like 2 separate lists.
I've learned through my experience that Yu-Gi-Oh players have an extreme issue with just net decking and seeing what someone's thinking.
Yeah,
Like, there's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players that just refuse to hard net deck.
yeah, exactly. I don't think people are capable of collaborating together to make like the ultimate deck. I think what people are doing is like they argue until like they get married more and more to their ideas. They just take the deck that they were already gonna take with like two cards difference that they convince themselves to do, not because of other people.
Are you implying that I'm going to do that with X Sabers for YCS Vegas?
Exactly. You're gonna collaborate with Billy or not Bobby? Sorry, could busy the two. With Bobby and what's the other guy's name? Ben.
Ben.
They're gonna tell you to play these cards. Is it Ben?
Yeah. No, they wouldn't tell me what to play for Tengu.
You guys are gonna argue about it. You're gonna play the exact list that you're going to play, and nothing they said mattered, except you're gonna take what they said into consideration when you're actually playing the game, and then you're gonna regret it round like 2 or 3 when you're going X3.
Wait, by round 2 or 3, I should be undefeated easily. You know what I'm saying?
You're like, oh, I should have listened, and it's too late.
This is the best kind of tournament because even if I do poorly, I'll just lie and say I went undefeated and my teammates lost. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't lose. It's a win-win as a content creator.
Yeah.
Who's gonna prove me wrong?
Mike was the same way. He brought Piper Chaos to the tournament, and myself and you I think try to convince him not to do it, and we had this like back and forth issue, and he just basically took Chaos Piper, and he's all like, I should have taken Jurex.
Well, he said that after I beat him round 1. He's like, oh, I should have just played Jurex. You were right.
Yeah, it's just how it is. Like, people are like this. They're just like, they're very married to their ideas, and they don't want to admit that they could be wrong. You can take the smartest people, by the way, myself included. I can be like this as well. The smartest people tend to be the hardest persons to convince. Actually, the dumbest person. Sorry, the dumbest person is the hardest. The smartest person is the second hardest, and the average person is the most easiest. So, the smartest person, even if you give them all the reasons to like, to pretty much play a tech over the other or a deck over the other, they're gonna come up with really, really good reasons as to why their decision is really good. Whereas a dumb person will not listen at all. Right?
Yeah, they'll just like just arbitrarily like, yeah.
They'll shut down the conversation or walk away. That's what they do.
Yeah. Whereas
an average person, they're actually willing to change as long as the results translates into their success. That's what the average person does, and that's what they should do. And also, a smart person should do as well. But a smart person doesn't do that. What they do is they reinforce their behavior by using really solid arguments, and then they just stick to that. That's what they do. And so I have that weakness too, and I have to make sure that I don't fall victim to my own solid reasoning.
Are you trying to put me on blast here?
No, I'm putting myself on blast. If the shoe fits, Tyler, if the shoe fits, go ahead. Take the shoe on. But,
it does fit.
It does fit.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's only like the 3 options, right? Oh, whoa, we are making map news.
Well, there's also people who don't even play the game, so there's that. To quit the game altogether.
True. But I guess in terms of like, you're either gonna have a net neutral opinion and be like skeptical or like open, right? Or you're gonna have a strong opinion that is gonna need hard evidence to like disprove your theory. Or you're gonna be stupid and not give a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of how it be.
It's just how it is. That's how we're designed. We're designed this way.
True.
Hard evidence is actually pretty. It's not good enough for a smart person. So, like when I say things like Asians have like the most wins out of any other decks in Tengu, and then I even show them the hard evidence. Someone like yourself and Mike will say they're good decks, but they're not the best deck. And so I'm saying like a smart person will find solid reasoning and not evidence, but solid reasoning to counter the hard evidence. That's what I'm saying.
True.
Yeah.
That reasoning being inflated.
Yeah. So that's literally a feature of being smart, is that even with hard evidence, you're gonna disprove it with solid reasoning. you just have to keep coming up with solid evidence or solid reasoning to counter the solid reasoning.
Yeah.
But then it comes to a point where there's no more solid reasoning or there's no more hard evidence to disprove you. So you're just be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna stick to what I know, and you're gonna stick to what you know, and then we're just gonna agree to disagree and move on with our lives.
Yeah,
that's what's gonna happen.
It is true. I mean, like, I also come from a point of bias because I watch so many tournaments. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's different playing than it is watching, and I've learned a lot from just watching. And it's like, okay, well, like, why are, you know, like, it's why I have the like feeling, okay, like, for example, Agents is inflated because of poor play into it. It's because I literally watched the poor play into it. So it's like, until I see, like, these people are playing perfectly and just getting blown out because the deck is inherently stronger than theirs, I'm not gonna, like, sit there and believe that it's like, oh, it's just insane. And again, I never am, like, saying, like, oh, Agents sucks. It's a bad deck. Don't play Agents. You know, like,
no
it's
one's
a
saying
good
that.
deck. For sure.
Yeah.
But
for sure.
But it is like following, like, I don't know. There is a clear line of logic as to why I believe that it's not, like, insane, and I think it's very beatable. But I do think
they're
it's
very
strong.
valid. I would say what your reasonings are very valid. It is definitely inflated. I agree with that for sure.
Yeah, because, like, in the same light, I think, because, like, based on, like, Tengu Tools, right? Tengu Tools has, like, data on, like, different decks. It currently has Agents as, like, statistically one of the highest winning, and then it has Plants as one of the highest losing, right? Or, like, Plants has, like, a really low win rate, at least last time I checked, right? So, like, if we're basing it on that, that would, like, it'd be like, oh, well, Plants is just bad. You know what I'm saying? But, like, I don't think Plants is bad. I don't think anyone thinks Plants is bad. But I also think, okay, there's a lot of people playing Plants, and there's probably people who don't pilot it very well that are playing Plants, so that would also affect that statistic, right?
Yeah, I agree, yeah. If a lot of bad players play a good deck, it's going to skew towards the good player playing the deck that's inflated, or not inflated, that's good.
Yeah. And there's also, like, weird one-off decks that have very high win rates, just because, you know what I'm saying, not a lot of people play them, and if the few times they were played, they saw success, that they also are inflated, you know.
There was a finals where GK was in the finals, right? And GK's actually won against Agents because it was like top 4. Okay.
Well, I think
so
the
Agents...
Agent GK matchup is very favored towards GK. It's like not even close. You know what I'm saying?
So why is it GK that doesn't perform very well? Is it because they play against Plants or something, or?
Why GK? I think GK typically does perform. I think GK's hardest matchup is like TG. And I also
is that right?
Yeah, I think TG's hard. I think X Sabers is hard. I think like Heroes is probably 50-50.
Okay. I didn't know that. I don't play Tengu to the point where I know the statistics on GK win rate against and matchups as well.
But, like, also, I've seen a lot of tournaments. Like, for example, our last Tengu Mania tournament we had, where, like, you know, we had like 50 people. Agents won, but Agents dodged GK in top cut. You know what I'm saying? So, like, with bracket luck, if it would have played GK, I think, you know, there's no way Agent wins the event, in my opinion. Or at least it's very improbable Agents win the event. But with bracket luck, GK got knocked out by something else, and it didn't matter.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But so, are you saying that if you played a deck that could win against most matchups pretty easily, that would be the best deck? What is the criteria for best deck for you?
I don't think there's a best deck in Tengu Plant format.
That wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked was, what are the criterias for which would make a best deck in a format?
A best deck in a format? I think...
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I think it's like raw dominance over everything else. Like, for example, like, I give the comparison to like Dragon Ruler format, right? Where it was like Spellbooks, Dragon Rulers, and then some... It was like Spellbooks, Dragon Rulers, and then some people want to cope and say that Evil Swarm was good too. But it's basically just Spellbooks, Dragon Rulers. And at its core, Spellbooks was like 25% of the time good, and then 75% it was Dragon Rulers. I would say Dragon Rulers was definitely better than everything else, and it was very clear. Like, how I view Tengu Plant format is I think every deck has like plus or minus a 50% win rate. You know what I'm saying? So it's like maybe a 49% win rate, or a like, you know, on the high like 53% win rate, right? And I think that player and deck building heavily contributes to this as well. So it's like, I think it's hard to isolate a single best deck, but I think like the criteria for a best deck would have to be like, I don't have options of play versus this deck. For like, or majority of decks don't have options of play versus it, where like I don't feel like that exists in Tengu Plant format.
Okay, so you have a very difficult criteria to achieve, essentially.
Yeah.
I see. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that would be a criteria, because in order for a deck to be successful in a tournament, all the other decks just have to suck, essentially.
Yeah. And so like this is why, like, from the perspective of watching a lot of tournaments, right? Let's say like in every tournament we see agents and Tengu Plants dominating like the deck pool. Like there's a lot of people on those decks, right? And then you'll see like one-off decks like Scraps or Karkuri or X-Sabers that will make top cut in a pool dominated by those decks. So theoretically speaking, every Tengu Plant top cut should just be purely agents and plants. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, if we're going on the metric that of like what most people assume is like fact, right? That Tengu Plants and agents are the best deck. If you're going off of that, then every top cut should just be hard dominated by it, and it shouldn't even be close, right? But the issue is I see multiple different decks consistently top, and the only way for them to top is for them to be able to beat Tengu Plants and agents, because there's no way you're playing through a tournament without running into at least one of those decks at least once. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, like you have to, if that's the criteria, is beating those decks, then I find those decks beatable, which is then where I say the format is very even or balanced. Like there's no, like I don't sit there and think that one deck is just super strong. I think, like, again, play rate is going to contribute to a deck's success more than anything else. Like how many people are on the deck in a tournament.
And who's playing it?
Yeah, and who's playing the deck, yeah. Because, like, just as an example, like Necro on Zombies in the last Tengu Mania, he topped 4 with Zombies. He's a very good zombie player. But if you ask anyone what they think of Zombies, they're going to say it's not a good deck. But how is it bad if it's topping and clearly beating Plants, Agents, and all the other decks that are considered good? Doesn't make sense.
Shinisaw asked, the issue with conversion rates and win rates and everything like that is that in Yu-Gi-Oh! You have also player skill as another variable as measured. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
Variance is another one too.
But see,
top decking the list.
I also think. Ooh, RAP. Scraps out. Cat Sith is still in.
All right, so we have Scraps getting kicked out by Catsit Chaos, which is a really good deck. And it's going to be facing off against, what is the next person on the bracket?
I think it's Agents from here on out. So it's Cat Sith versus Agents, and then if they win, it'll be Cat Sith versus Agents. Otherwise, we'll have an Agent mirror in Grands.
Yeah. But they're not going to be playing the best deck, though. They're just going to be playing Agents. It's an Agent mirror match, but they're not playing the best deck.
True. Actually true. Well, no, okay, like, because going back to what we're talking about, if, let's say, there were 10 Karkuri players in a tournament, you know, in like a Tengu Plant tournament, and Agents and Tengu Plants are represented, but there's like a high rate of Karkuri in that tournament, I would find it very probable that you see one or more Karkuri decks in top 8. Right? It's just probable.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And
no,
so
it's 100% going to be in the top 8 because he said what 90 of the decks, 99% of the decks is Karkuri.
No. I'm just saying like 10 there are 10 Karkuri decks in a tournament consisting of like 60 people, right? It's very probable you'll see Karkuri in top cut. And so if that applies to that logic applies to most decks that are like relatively common outside of like the really troll or sketchy ones, right? That applies to most of those decks. So if you think about it like that, it's like it basically means that any deck with a higher play rate, in order for it to raise its bar or get better, it has to be developed more, and decks will only see development if they see play, which means that like where a deck currently stands is not necessarily where it will end up. So like that's why I talk about why I think for example X-Sabers are really good, just because not a lot of people are on the same page of even how to play the deck or approach the deck, and a lot of people play the deck poorly and then they play into the things poorly. So it's like there needs to be like a lot of people labbing X-Sabers for an extended period of time before that deck is just going to consistently see success. But I think it's capable of consistent success, and I think that feel that way for a lot of different decks in the format. Like in fact, a majority of them, because like you can take it, you can apply the logic to any deck really, right? If I say gadgets are insane in Tengu Plant format, if we saw 10 gadget players, all with like different techs and labs to try to like make it as consistent and as good as possible, reasonably speaking, I think a gadget player would make top cut. You know what I'm saying? In the same light, it applies to everything. It's like worms, any deck you can think of. There's a lot of decks that are like fine, and it's because if they can beat Tengu Plants and Agents, if they're able to beat those two decks, and that's what most people are playing, then reasonably speaking, you can optimize that to a pretty high level, and then the deck should be able to make top cut or even win a tournament.
Yeah, that makes sense, because they've had all these months of preparation to face off against the quote-unquote best decks.
Yeah, so it's like any inflation of any deck type, the deck will likely see success, and especially with optimization. I think like with Agents and Plants, there's not a lot of optimization to be done, right? Like both those decks are, outside of a few tech cards like that people will just alternate between, both of those decks are kind of solved, I would say. Like most people know how to build Plants and Agents, and there's not a lot of room for creativity with those builds, which means there's only like they are at a relatively finite level, I guess. And so but there's a lot of other decks that are just nowhere near that level of development. But I think they could be. Of course we're rooting for Cat Sith.
That's it. Let's go. Chaos. What do you think about Cat Sith Chaos? Do you think that's a really good contender for the meta?
Yeah, I think it's strong. I mean, like, I think it's better than, like, the standard traditional Chaos. I think Kushano is just, like, a really powerful card.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But
how do you think it's going to approach the Agent matchup?
How it plays into Agents?
Yeah, how do you think the matchup's going to play out? What are their key cards? What are the key strategies that they're going to use
I think
to ensure that they would have a good win?
Sith has a bit more options. It kind of depends on your opponent's MSTs, but like Cat Sith has a bit more options in the sense of they can, like, the Phoenix Wing combo on like an extension, and then obviously the Chaos monsters are inherently good, but it's like Herald of Orange Light is going to play into it as well. It's just kind of like weird. Both are like very boss monster dependent.
Wow, he has a main deck D-Prison.
That's
to
interesting.
In the Agent matchup,
yeah.
Or just having it in his main deck.
Yeah.
Top four. This is this top four? Yeah, this is top four technically. Yeah.
Because Zerg was out at 4th, and so this is playing for 3rd basically, and then winner of this goes into is playing for 2nd. But I think there's bracket reset because it's double elim, so whoever wins this has to beat Roger Smith twice, which is a very difficult feat, I would say, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Roger Smith is GOAT, so I don't know what to say. So what happened? He heavy storm and he activated duality afterwards.
Yeah,
that's kind of awkward. Does Chaos need to set up a lot?
I don't know about his build because he's on Spy, which Spy feels kind of slow.
So do you agree that he shouldn't have heavy storm then if he's gonna go for the Spy set?
Well, I mean, he has like it on the duality, but we don't know what his hand looked like. So maybe my guess is he has Thunder King and he just wants to heavy so he can summon the Thunder King, but he's dualitying first just in case he has an alternative option.
I see.
That would be my only assumption.
He's going to choose to forego getting the Spy So it's likely he does have some sort
Oh.
of. So this guy chose to heavy storm a D prison to attack with the Kushano over a Earth. And
Hey.
I think he does this because he doesn't want to get trished, right? Is that the reason why?
Well, he also could have Phoenix Wing here, so like that might be a Phoenix Wing set, and you don't want to get end phase spaced on it. I like the Kushano into the Earth because it plays around Honest. If they Honest your Kushano, that doesn't feel very good for them, right?
Yeah. Oh, makes sense.
So I actually don't hate the play from Lucas so far. I think it's like totally fine.
Putting the Kushano in the graveyard is what you want, though. So you can use the the cat step effect.
Yeah, you want it engraved, but that's also why it plays around Honest, because if they Honest the, like, you need to get the Earth off the field so they don't get Venus plus Earth, which is like kind of deadly, right?
Trish, right? Yeah.
So you have to kill the Earth here, which means like summoning Kushano, like the only protection to it would be Honest, but if they Honest a Kushano, that feels really bad, especially without knowing what back row you have. So
yeah,
in this scenario, now they kill the Kushano, they're gonna do a little damage, but now we have Kushano engrave, and so he has some options.
Oh, I see. So he's trying to prevent the Trishula play. The following turn is why he did the heavy storm.
Yeah.
Almost some Kushano attack over the Earth. Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense.
If you set Spy there, you're gonna get trished.
Yeah.
Which if he has Valor is fine, but might not have Valor. And you
That's
might
such a
not wanna-
powerful opening for agents. Is that they have to answer the Earth
Yeah.
the next turn. With the back row, which is a D prison. That's a really good theory, actually, on deck building. Because if they don't answer the Earth, the D prison is gonna basically act as an insurance to make sure that the Trish goes through for the next turn.
Yeah.
So good deck building on Spiral for sure. I like that whole idea of main decking a Battle Trap just to make sure that you can do a Trish next turn. It's kind of crazy.
It is really powerful. But also, if you have Valor,
almost like it's innovation.
If you have Valor on the opposing side, then the Trish is like fine. I'm fine with my opponent making Trish there, but
I don't think he had a Valor because otherwise he wouldn't have done that play that he did.
Yeah, I agree. But
it kind of telegraphs it a little bit.
Generically speaking, you are correct. Like, the D prison is actually kind of relevant there. But I'm also a fan of agents with traps. I like back row and agents. Oh, does he have the Honest? Oh no, he has the Lance. Like, Spyro already showing off a lot of back row here. It's impressive.
Yeah, this is game 1, isn't it?
Yeah, this is game 1, so this is inside. This is
so he main decks
both lands and.
Oh, here we go. He's gonna go down with the Chaos Sorcerer or BLS here.
Probably
to banish either the Gachi or the Venus. Most likely the Venus.
Is there a fairy engraved?
Oh, never mind. Just kidding. It's gonna be the Gachi most likely.
No, I think this is right here because you banish the agent here, and then if he wants to summon Hyperion, he doesn't have a pop. So with back row, you can kind of protect it, but it is like a 50-50 because if he has Tour Guide, you feel pretty bad. Oh.
And he does. And he does. He has back row though, so this is Kath's territory, isn't it?
With the back row? Yeah, if he has,
that's his territory, which is Wing Blast and oh, he never mind. He just thumbs up. Oh, because he wants a priority.
Yeah, he's gonna prio it anyway, so you don't need to do anything.
He's gonna wait for.
Oh,
he's gonna take his own Kushano. Oh, very weird.
It's a 5. You have to make Librarian here, yeah.
Oh, very cool.
And here's a really, I mean, it's not yet, but yeah, on battle phase, this is a really good Wing Blast.
That's it, right?
Oh, or Mirror Force. That's pretty strong too. I'll take that.
Mirror Force.
Oh,
I've been seeing a lot of Mirror Force get played. I see a lot of Mirror Force being played in the Swiss rounds, so it's actually coming back. Who knows?
Mirror Force is a good card.
Yeah, it's limited to 1 for a reason.
Oh, what do we got? Dark Hole Warning or Dust Shoot? I mean, if you're... Yeah, it's probably Warning. We are very limited on what we can do this turn, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the Agent players has a leg up on the Chaos player. He has a good 5 cards to his 3.
Yeah.
This is basically the Hyperion waiting room at this point.
true. I think, yeah, I mean, it's still, I'd still call it even. We have,
Okay.
That's really broken.
I was gonna warning this.
See, this is why I think warning is insane in agents, but like, because like in the same light,
Holy
you
moly.
could like if you have deep prison, you can defend, but if you have warning and they like you turn off their normal summon, agents get so scary.
Oh my god, double warning. This guy's crazy. Oh, BLS. Haha, what? Dang. This
Wait.
guy got greedy.
Am I lagged out?
Got greedy. So yeah, he dropped the BLS after 2 warnings were played.
I gotta like rejoin the game. Oh yeah, I did lose connection, that's why. Unlucky. I didn't see any of that.
Nebraska connection.
I'm not in Nebraska. I don't live in Nebraska.
Right,
I just grew up in
Utah.
Nebraska.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I confused your lore with your home. I mean, with where you're living currently.
My lore. Oh man, I'm actually hard DC'd. Oh wait, there we go. Okay. That would have been a really sad way to end the stream here. Who's playing again? What's their names? Spiral?
Spiral
There we go.
and
Oh. Wait, so who
Lucas.
won?
Uber Smashper. It would be Lucas that won because of the BLS.
Oh, nice.
BLS creating variants in games as always.
Versus agents? So wait.
Being a game that you normally wouldn't win.
Yep. That's also why I'm a fan of BLS in the format.
Really?
Yep.
You like the variants of BLS? Okay.
Well, I think
it
like
does create diversity. Diversity.
It creates diversity. That's why I like it, because it's like a deck that maybe isn't that strong can slap a BLS in, and then it becomes stronger. It's kind of in the same way Dad is. Like if you can play Dad, your deck gets inherently stronger because Dad is just really good still in this format. You know.
Almost like a Trap Dust Shoot. You know, I know you're a big fan of that card.
I am okay with Dust Shoot. Like I'm like literally the only card I really hate in Tengu Plant format is
Mind Control.
Mind Control. Because again, I've won games where Dust Shoot's been resolved against me, just as I've lost 2 Dust Shoot specifically. It can happen either way. But the thing I'll say about Dust Shoot is like with some decks, the impact is like relatively low, and it does come at the cost of drawing it dead later in the game. You know, it's like that's why I think it's like not that big a deal. I think my issue with Dust Shoot comes in with Dueling Book, because it's just I see a lot of Dueling Book tournaments and that card just floats to the hand.
Yeah, make it more consistent, basically.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, it makes the turn 1 Dust Shoot way more relevant in online play versus IRL play. I don't think it's that consistent, so I don't have as big of an issue with it.
I have a breaking news to you. That happens more often than you think. Only up Dust Shoot in your opening hand. As an IRL player, that happens quite frequently.
Yeah.
Hard to tell you. Sorry to break it to you. Dust Shoot is more toxic in Tengu than Edison. Yeah, probably.
I don't think so at all.
Do you think Tengu is a faster format than Edison, or do you think Edison's a faster format than Edison?
It depends on what you mean by fast. Because, like...
The games wrap up faster.
I think Edison games probably wrap up faster than Tengu.
I see.
Because, like, again, it's because of all the floaters in Tengu Plant. And that's also why, the same reason why I think Dust Shoot is less valuable in this format than it is in Edison. It's still close, like, it's still a powerful card either way, but, like, Dust Shoot... If I Dust Shoot a deck, and they have, like, a Tengu or whatever, and I can't get rid of the Tengu for whatever reason, and they can just sit there and stall on their Tengus, then there's 3 turns of no information, and eventually they could potentially play out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I think like there's just more stall tools in Tengu Plant than there is other formats, so I think it's like it's slightly less impactful. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure in my match versus Amazing Mike Man, as an example, when I was at that California tournament, he like turned 1 Dust Shoot to me and I still won through it. Like, it's as long as like I think you have to have like a bad hand to make the Dust Shoot really good. Like, for example, I remember I played one tournament game I played. It was like in Nebraska. My opponent set 2 cards and summoned Thunder King turn 1, and I had Heavy Storm, Creature Swap, and Giant Rat. And I was like, oh, this is broken. But Giant Rat was the only monster in my hand. I draw for turn, they flip Dust Shoot, put the Giant Rat back, and I didn't have a monster. And so there I just kind of lost to Dust Shoot, right? It was like significantly better there, because it also turned off my Creature Swap as well. So like I've lost to it in the same light of like if you have multiple cards like in that exact same scenario, if I have 2 Giant Rats in hand, all of a sudden now it's very playable and arguably winnable for me if I can steal their Thunder King and, you know, swing over something, right? Like it just kind of depends.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you draw Dust Shoot and it's kind of dead against a lot of matchups, so
well,
it's not too unfair of a card for sure.
Well, and I think also in Tengu there's more back row deck relevancy. Like back row decks aren't as relevant in Edison because of like Cold Wave, Trunade, and Heavy Storm being playable. But like, so you're not going to see as many back row decks. Like I think it's just like Heroes, right? Like Hero Stun, and I don't even know how good that deck is in Edison anymore. But
Hero Stun as a deck is not very good, but Hero Beat with like Deep Sea Diva is very...
Yeah,
it's actually a 1.5.
Yeah, but it's like... I guess my point is like... I can open Dust Shoot, but if I go second and I'm playing against Gravekeepers in this format, or Hero Stun, they're just going to set everything, or TG Stun. There's a lot of relevant meta back row decks where Dust Shoot then is like dead for the rest of the game if they set their whole hand. You know what I'm saying? So like... Again, yeah. I think that's less common in Edison for someone to set their whole hand than is in Tengu. So again, Dust Shoot's just better in Edison.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. That's why I side decked Dust Shoot in Tengu platform.
Yeah, I sided as well.
Because I respect Stun as a deck.
Yeah, same.
Even though it doesn't have a good conversion rate at the moment.
I think TG Stun has a good conversion rate. It's just not very popular.
I know this tournament. There was several players on TG Stun, and actually no, there was one guy right who made top 4.
Yeah,
top 8.
Yeah, it was Dat Option that made top 8, and then, but like, literally the stun decks just aren't super popular. Typically, like you're gonna see like Gravekeepers. I think is the most popular one, or Heroes. Hero Stun comes in and out of flavor.
In and out of flavor.
No, it's true. Like, there's some tournaments where everyone's on Heroes, because Heroes is a very good deck. And there's some tournaments where people are, like, a ton of people are on it, and then it just has these moments where, like, it falls off the face of the earth. No one is playing Heroes. And it just kind of bounces back and forth.
Yeah, it's like Zombies. Zombies were, like, they disappeared in early 2023. Or
for Edison?
Mid to late 2023. Zombies were, like, gone. Like, basically it went on vacation and it didn't come back. Now it's come back in January. I wouldn't say January. I would say probably November, December. They're back with instant fusions in the main deck. So yeah, so sometimes the decks just take a vacation. Just to like find themselves essentially, because that's what happened with the zombies. They found themselves, and now they found instant fusions, and now everyone's main decking instant fusion in their zombie list for Edison. So I imagine that's going to be the same for Heroes.
And see, how does that happen? You have to not play Tengu plants or agents, and you gotta optimize.
Optimize.
Oh, maybe. Wow. We're synchroing with Maxi. Let's go.
Yeah, it was such a weird phenomenon to see that zombies disappeared forever.
Yeah.
And then Vayu was winning like a ton of tournaments, like the big tournaments, like the Ultimate Time Wizard. It won 2 of them. Was it Time Wizard Ultimate? Yeah, Ultimate Time Wizards were won by Vayu Turbo, and then some of my local PS5 tournaments were won by Vayu Turbo as well. So it had its like 3 months dominance.
So
now, whoa,
that's pretty strong.
Yeah, and now it's Frog Heroes. So yeah,
it switches to dominant flavor, but. That's also why I think like Tengu Plant format has less options of like a single deck having raw dominance. Because right now, like just looking at these online tournaments, I'm seeing a lot of people on agents, right? A lot. And so what that means is if I'm thinking about going into the next tournament, I'll just play Gravekeepers, right? And like I'm gonna have a very favorable matchup in that turn. Like I'm gonna have a very favorable tournament run because agents are spiking in popularity right now, and it always has that fluctuation option, right? Because like I think Gravekeepers are still really strong, but it's just like it just kind of rotates between, hey, this is like the hot deck of the format right now. A lot of people play it, and then you just pick stuff that counters it, and then it falls out of flavor because it starts losing, and then it just keeps rotating. It's like a nice little circle.
Yeah, hopefully for this format, hopefully for this particular format, in this day and age, Agents is just the flavor of the month.
I think Agents will always be somewhat flavored, but it's like if when it gets too out of hand, people will just start countering it, and then it'll start falling out of flavor, you know. But it's just like plants. It'll always see representation. You'll never change somebody's mind. There's a lot of people that are like they are the best 2 decks in the format, and that's all they'll ever play. So they'll always see representation every tournament.
Yeah, representation is often a strange world.
Yeah. I'm just waiting on the rise of the X-Sabers. Actually, I'm fine with X-Sabers being where it is. X-Saber mirrors are terrifying. I'm like happy. I'll let everyone think
Gothem's
X-Sabers
emergency
are bad.
call, take your opponent's X-Sabers? Oh, that's terrible, dude.
Yeah, Gotham's E-Call is like so awful in the mirror. It is so awful. Because you could flip your own, or even Monster Reborn a card. They chain Gotham E's call and steal those monsters, and you just feel horrible. You just want to die.
Wait those days. Oh, wait for that day.
I'm not looking forward to it. That's why I'm happy. You know, people can sit there and think X-Sabers are bad. Let's keep that narrative going.
What are your thoughts on Saberhole as a card?
Well, I think traps are bad in X-Sabers too, so I'm a bad person to ask.
Oh, I see.
I'm a decree enthusiast.
You're a decreer, huh?
Yeah. I got I think trap build is sin, but I know a lot of people play trap build. So in trap build, it's like okay, but you also like set a lot. It's like better to set than to normal summon in X-Sabers. So like if you're normal summoning, like for example, you kind of telegraph it with how you have to play to enforce a saber hole, right? So like if I typically X-Sabers, the beauty of the deck is you can just set any card, and it could be anything. And like, you know, for example, if my opponent sees a set card and they're like, oh, it's Emmers, I'm going to Scrap Dragon pop, and it's Dark Soul, they feel really stupid. You know, like, there's punishes to every circumstance, and that lack of information is really powerful, so setting is really good. And so if you're playing Saberhole, and I have to just normal summon Emmers pass with Saberhole set, that feels pretty bad. It also kind of telegraphs what you're going for, because why the hell would you normal summon Emmers pass?
Yeah, exactly. Unless you have Horn of the Phantom, not Horn of the Phantom Beast. What is it called? There can only be one or something.
I don't know.
There's a Saber card that's like Horn of the Phantom Beast, where you bump it up by 800 attack. Are you familiar with that card? At 1 with the sword, I think it was called. At 1 with the sword.
It's like an equip, isn't it?
It's an equip trap, like Horn of the Phantom Beast.
Yeah, because I know I've heard people talk about Beat Saber. I don't know what it's called, but I do know it exists. Oh my god!
At one with the sword. If you're curious about it, since you're an X-Saber guy. Be right back.
I'm sorry about the lag stream. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes Dueling Book is just not having it, you know? And we back. Hey, Cat Sith caught the dub, baby! We don't have to watch an agent mirror. I'm a happy boy. We'll see Roger Smith versus Lucas. It's kind of exciting. What is he asking for? What does that mean? Old cards with some support. What are we aiming for? You guys got any idea? Please do. Spy in Cat Sith. It's a tough call. Because on one hand, the nice thing about it is its booty's pretty big, so unless they're synchro and they're not swinging over it, it's going to allow you to make a rank 4, and that rank 4 is going to basically be a utopia, and that means you'll have a light and a dark off of it, which is pretty cool. And then, as we saw with like the Cat Sith, like you can summon Cat Sith to synchro and make a rage and draw 2, which is pretty powerful as well. Yeah, you get a lot more access to Arcanite too, because of like Chaos Orc plus Cat as well. Could be good.
All right, we're back. Sorry, there's a leak in my room, so I had to fix it.
Oh. That doesn't sound
So,
right.
what did I miss? It looks like Chaos 1, right? Chaos
Yeah,
versus,
Chaos 1, so it's Cat Sith versus Agents and Grands.
Nice, dude. That's a really good final.
Yeah, but Lucas has to win
Did he
twice.
sack BLS for game?
He
Did
did
he sack BLS for game on the last one? Again? Jesus.
You betcha.
The Yu-Gi-Oh gods are mad now. They're gonna give unfair advantage.
Oh. Tour guide. Normal summon the tour guide for the 1k beater, no effect. Sounds good.
Yu-Gi-Oh is a weird place where there are millions of retro formats people are advocating for, in turn dividing player base across many formats. That being said, Tengu is the best. Probably.
I don't think there's a million formats. Like, I think people drastically underestimate how many formats of Yu-Gi-Oh were actually horrible. Like, terribly unplayable formats. Like, there's only so many with replayability.
There's also old people who played retro formats. I know people who don't even play modern at all or haven't been playing modern, and when they hear that retro formats are popular, they are actually going back into the game, but just for the retro format. So that might be a statement that needs reevaluation. It may be dividing, but it's also making more people come into the game. So that might happen.
Yeah. Well, and again, there's only like I think, because even though I think Tengu is the best format, I think the ideal world for Time Wizard is a rotation of a lot of different formats, right? I think I don't think any one format should be like a dominating force. Like with Ultimate Time Wizard events at YCSs, especially as Tengu picks up in popularity, like I don't like that Ultimate Time Wizard events have been just Edison tournaments. In the same way, I don't like, even though I'm happy with Tengu being popular, if they like made it like Ultimate Time Wizard events just Tengu for like an extended period of time, I wouldn't like. I don't find that to be an ideal scenario either. Even though I'm like biased towards Tengu, I think for everyone else that's unfair.
Yeah, I'm fine with the 3v3 as it is.
The 3v3 is cool. That's like the best event anyone's ever came up with. I love that event idea.
Having 3 retro formats, it makes it so that people unite for retro formats. Because right now there's kind of a divide, and maybe because it's fun to divide people up. But in my opinion, it's kind of like a waste of time.
Well, I think Tengu is getting a lot more popular just as a result of the 3v3 YCS. Like, it's literally just they announce it and then it forced Edison players to actually try something new, and now they're realizing Tengu's good, and so it's going to change the game a bit. But I like the idea of, like, you know, I feel like a lot of people have friends that have a preference, you know? I know people that prefer Goat, I know people that prefer Edison. Like, I think it's cool to like be able to be like, oh, I can play in this tournament with my friends and we can all play something we like, you know? I think that's sick.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm hoping there's going to be a united front on retro formats, because I really hate when my friends have to fight each other because of an Edison Tengu preference. It's so childhoody. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, are you team blue or team red? I'm like, who gives a fuck?
I mean, as it stands, I think it's like, I think
that's
like
why Pokemon. Sorry, I interrupt, but I think that's why Pokemon stopped with the whole team thing, right? The whole team Valor. What is it? Valor.
I'm not.
Are they still doing that, by the way?
Yeah, it's still in Pokemon
I think it's still
Go.
cringe. I think it's still cringe when they do that. It's like, okay, it's just making it gang warfare essentially. Like,
well, see, I think the only reason why Tengu was at war, so to speak, with Edison, is because Tengu, it was like a frustrating place to be a Tengu player when like everyone's like kind of hyping up Edison, and then they like look at Tengu and they're like, oh, that format's bad, without even playing it. You know what I'm saying? That's how like most people were. And now it's like shifting because more people are playing it, where it's like, oh, okay, this is a good format, and then like it's like, oh, I'm fine if you play either, right? Like, it doesn't really matter. But it becomes an issue when it's like, okay, I literally can't play this format because people are like Edison supremacists, basically.
I mean, you'll get those people, but the issue is that they are very persuasive, and so they say, if you're not playing these formats, then there's something wrong with you or something. It's like, who cares?
Yeah.
Why don't you just enjoy? Like, there's people who still play Monopoly, and I think that game is terrible. You know, it's a political warfare between, like, you know, who can savor the most favor in that game. You know,
Yeah.
it's exactly, the people still play that game. I don't knock at them for it. It's like, who cares? You know, play Monopoly. Go ahead.
Would I ever play Modern, or am I retired from Modern? I am retired from Modern. Unless the only way I would play Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is if Konami came to their senses and just hard reset the game, and they start over with a new base set and then change the dynamic. I think so many things, they've made so many poor decisions over the years, and now the game has power crept into oblivion, and I don't think it can go back to being fun. I think this gameplay right now, like, while like modern is fun for some people, I don't find it fun because I think ideal gameplay of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is what you see here, where it's like back and forth. There's like, it's a slow grind to gain advantage. You don't just get free advantage off of cookie cutter combos like what modern produces. And so I just could never play modern again unless like something drastic changed. But I don't think of it like a way to remove the power creep that has came to the game without hard resetting the game. Interesting that we booked there, by the way. Like, if you
rotation in the way. Rotation is the way. Sorry.
Yeah, rotation is the way. But also, if you have board control there, why do you care if your opponent makes a gotchi? Just let them summon it. Keep that Book of Moon for something that's actually dangerous. Ah!
Now he has to stare down at Christia. I don't know what the called Fable Sith Chaos, other than discarding Sith. He does have a Kushano in graveyard, so if he does discard the Cat Sith out of his hand, he can actually pop the Christia. So they do main deck out.
Yeah, or like the ideal scenario is like you spin it, I think, with Phoenix Wing. I mean, either way, if you pop it, it's getting spun, I guess.
You know, it'd be fun if you added like some of the modern supports that the older retro formats needed. Gate game, for example. I embrace positivity. Yeah, I definitely positivity as well. There's a lot of negatives out of that negativity. You'll have like this format for Yu-Gi-Oh! It would main. See.
I mean,
Is that another word for?
Yeah, we already technically have legacy formats in the sense that they sanction Time Wizard events. That's like the best change Konami ever made, was allowing for us to have sanctioned tournaments for Time Wizard. The only thing I wish they would do is change the time rules to be what they were back then, because it's very different. I hate modern time rules. Modern time rules is another reason why I quit Modern. Oh. That's a spicy play. I like that.
Life point differential is only 100 life points. So this Ancient Sacred Wyvern is only going to be at 20. He's going to...
Well, it's going to go up
attack with
here.
Sorcerer first, Gores.
Yeah. This outs the Gores, and now if he summons Christia, it literally doesn't matter.
He's going to be able to run.
Also, you're cutting out really hard, brother.
Yeah, Ancient Sacred Wyvern here.
I don't know if it's my internet.
Do I sound okay, or do
You just like every other word's cutting out. I don't know if you like changed something with your connection, but it's either your connection or mine.
Thing 1, 2, 3. You hear me now?
Kinda. I don't know. Is it glitching out for you guys too? I mean, I guess it would if that's what I'm hearing, because I'm hearing what you guys are hearing. You're hearing my audio. Like, if you're talking right now, I don't hear a word you're saying.
playback. It's
Yeah.
fine for the stream. So this to hear me. I'm not sure if you can hear me though. That's kind of important too.
Yeah, you're cutting out pretty bad. I left the call and rejoined to see if that would fix, but... Oh, he's cutting out. Yeah, you're cutting out for the stream as well. Your chat.
It says was cutting out. So presently, I'm not cutting out. Is that right on tape?
Correct. Right now, you're fine.
Okay, good. So we're good now.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we see a Christia come to... Was that the same Christia that went back on top of the deck?
Yeah. Unfortunately, he had the... Did he tribute summon for the Christia? How did
Gores. He had the Gores, right, to block the attack.
Oh, yeah, so he
just
summoned
Christia
Chaos
again?
Orc and then tributed, yeah. Yeah. Him having the out there was kind of sad. He needed exactly like Chaos Orc or Hyperion pop in order to out that Wyvern.
Yeah, for sure.
But he doesn't have 4 fairies, so if like with Kushano engraved, if he has another Cat Sith, he can like spin it to top of deck and then it's dead for a while. Oh, nice, he can get it.
He casts it to his hand and using the Sangan effect. And he's hoped to use the Cat Sith to pop the Christia in main phase 2. And hopefully Roger Smith doesn't have a Herald of Orange Light to negate that Cat Sith. So he's going to need that Cat Sith to resolve in order for this game to be over.
But this is also nice because it makes his next top deck a dead draw. And like you don't have to worry about the because I think the reason why he went for like the crash instead of just setting is like in the event that Roger has another monster to normal summon, if he attacks into the Sangan, then he'll like get a new draw and he attacks into Sangan, it's gonna do a lot of he'll like be able to swing direct 28 foot for Christia. So instead you take 18 and gamble the normal summon out of the 2 cards in the hand, knowing his next draw is dead. Just pretty pog. Oh, and we have a little...
Yeah, it's kind of like a Wind Blast. Oh, another BLS coming down here. Another potential BLS for game here.
I don't know
we'll see what
if
happens.
I summon BLS there.
Probably has another body that can put 500 damage.
Christia, Jupiter, Earth on top. Oh yeah, he stacked the Earth, so he knows completely what his opponent has here. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's one of the strengths of Chaos
Wing Blast.
because they play Wing Blast.
Yeah.
They can put back cards on top. And if you're playing against Christia, it puts another card on top. So it's almost like you know knowledge for 2 turns, which is really deadly, actually.
Yeah, 2 turns of knowledge, especially when it's like what they're drawing, is really powerful.
Oh, he had to set a card here, so it feels pretty bad here.
Yeah, well, I think he just set Jupiter, right? Like, so if he has any extender here, like he needs a normal summon. Oh, that should be game.
That's game. Wow, Roger Smith losing game 1. That's pretty good.
That's spicy. We
Or
could
the
have
Legion.
bracket reset. I mean, Lucas played
What
that
happens
really
if
well.
what happens when loser final or not loser final, but the loser from the losers final wins this matchup? Do they do a reget?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a bracket reset. So like, if Lucas wins this match, they play a second match because it's double even.
Oh, I see. Oh, I did not know that. I thought it was just a one-time thing. So we're here for potentially another match.
True.
Assuming that Lucas wins here. Okay.
How did he out the Christia? He normal summoned Sangan, crashed to get a Cat Sith, and then he used Kushano to bounce and pop it. And since Roger had banished for Chaos Orc to out the Ancient Sacred Wyvern, his graveyard didn't have enough fairies for Christia anymore. So then, basically, Lucas knew the next 2 draws for Roger and was able to just summon BLS. Pretty powerful.
Agent's looking pretty good for games 2 and potentially games 2 and 3. What do you think that he's going to side deck for the agent player here? What's a common side deck that Chaos used to counter agents in games 2 and 3?
I guess would be leeching, but if he's like big brained, then I think Kaiku is really good in the matchup too.
I see.
Kaiku's a nice like dark target that also can slurp him. and like hit the grave and like remove options, and then. But most people just do leeching.
Yeah, I actually don't like Haiku because you can banish Hyperion from your hand. You can banish agents from your hand for Hyperion.
Yeah, but even if you
Then
do
there's
that,
Poor Guy
like,
too.
it's fine.
He needs like a back row with Haiku, which is
Yeah.
2 forms of interruption.
Yeah, back row plus Kaiku's nice because they just can't summon from grave, but then you also start banishing their grave, and then even if they summon it, they lose Hyperion pops. So it's like okay. I don't know if it's like insano. Like there are a lot of things that deal with the Kaiku, but it's just like a well-timed Kaiku can be really yucky.
Yeah, for sure. A well-timed Kaiku will definitely change the flow of the game.
So let's see. I'm gonna check what most people.
Oh.
Checking the last cat Sith list that topped. I'll see what they side.
Right,
Oh,
so
Mind
what's gonna
Crush.
happen next? Mind Crush?
Yeah, Mind Crush is like a good option, and then
To hit the Venus?
yeah.
Because it's searched? I see. Oh, and also Christia, because it goes on back on top of the deck. That's
No,
actually kinda
if you
cool.
Mind Crush Christia, it goes to grave, but you can also Mind Crush the.
No. When you destroy the Christia with the cast effect, and then it goes back on top of your deck, when they draw it for turn, you can activate Mind Crush and hit it out of
true.
their hand.
But also just Mind Crushing Hyperion is really broken.
Yeah, they know they have it. That's Hyperion's sneaky. You know, he just comes in like, he just drops himself on the field.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
but I think the main appeal of it is like there's just certain situations where it's like, okay, I lose to Hyperion if he has it, you just flip it and call it, and if they don't have it, you take the discard. It's fine, but you at least see their hand, or you hit the
priority on. Oh, he did call priority on this Shamble. Okay.
Yeah. That bottomless feels pretty bad.
Yeah, but this puts a fairy on the field so that if he does bring out Hyperion, then he can at least pop something. But he is meeting a Thunder King Ryo in the end here, so he's going to have to find a way to out the Thunder King Ryo here.
This is also the bane of agents, is like if you cut off their normal summon, especially with Thunder King on board, it's really hard. Because they are, like, agents is like weirdly normal summon reliant outside of like having a live grave for Hyperion. Is this playtest? Yes, it's playtest IRL. And in fact, if you guys want to check out the first half of this tournament, like I've been streaming top 8, but if you want to check out the games from yesterday, they're on Playtest IRL's channel.
Yeah, I'm doing a collab with Tyler, so that's what happens when I talk to people. That's what happens when I go out and touch grass. I have to talk to people.
True.
And collaborate with them. Dang. IRL guy, right?
Touching grass is pretty pog.
Is although it's raining outside, so I might be touching wet grass today.
Oh, wait, it's raining in California?
It is raining in California, yes.
I didn't think that was possible. It's not raining
It is
here.
possible. Thank you. I enjoyed the GB gameplay as well as the player of the GB's deck. More to come though. I'll have other spicy decks. I want to take the locals for Edison, as well as Tengu. So that's just what I am. I just play things. Oh, so he brings out a Hyperion here. And will that be met with the Thunder King?
Yeah.
This is probably going to be Herald Orange Light. Yep. So he's going to negate the Thunder King here. And pitching a Shine Ball out of hand. So that feels pretty bad. Maybe he has one more Shine Ball in his hand. Who knows? He's going to use the effect of Hyperion to pop the face down monster. What do you think that face down monster is? Oh, a spy, right. Because he added that. He added that, right? No, he didn't.
He didn't add the spy, but I mean, that's like what he's been said.
They normally said.
Yeah.
Yeah. They said Kushano too, right? Or am I tripping?
He normal summoned Kushana in the last game. I don't think I've seen him set it yet.
I see.
But this is like a fine position. Like if now there's no Gachi play because there's 2 Shine Balls out of deck, so the next Venuses are kind of dead, and we've already had to like use Hyperion and Herald. So like Lucas has a lot of agency to actually like deal with this board now.
Yeah, pushback. Yeah, the pushback. The Herald has already been used. Unlikely he has another one in hand.
Yeah.
To deal with the following play. This Hyperion is pretty much endangered to most of the Chaos monsters that Chaos plays. With the Dark and Light in the graveyard and everything. So we'll see what happens. taking a while to bring out the Chaos Sorcerer, but perhaps he doesn't have it, and maybe he's trying to think of a different way to deal with Hyperion. I know Tour Guy's not going to do much.
Oh, okay, here it is.
Oh, he does have it. Okay, so let's see what he drew. Oh, it was another BLS.
Oh.
So this guy is drawing BLS almost every game. The gods have listened to the agent, what is it? The people who hate agents, and they're gonna give BLS to Lucas in order to make this not an agent, another agent. Oh, and he draws another side deck card, or just the first side deck card, and he's gonna activate Legion Light and try to end this match once and for all.
Oh, and you can.
Does Roger Smith have Honest? The question. And is Lucas also have Honest in his main deck? He's gonna be attacking with Sangan first, just in the event that he does.
Yeah, it's here. Lethal, and even if he Honest, it feels terrible here.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's gonna lose the Honest, but at least he's gonna. Oh no, he doesn't lose. He actually loses this game unless he has a figure. And wow, so that was a crazy. What is it? Is this called a finals game because it's losers versus winners and winners?
Yeah, this was finals, and then now it's grands. Like, well, I guess it's technically grand finals either way, but this is. I've never seen a bracket reset where they like won through it. I've never seen this happen in any of my tournaments I've ever streamed.
So, it really is just built differently, that's for sure. Able to see BLS with a card that can convert into a win, and Leeching the Light was the conversion for that win, since he was able to draw as well.
Yeah, I called the leeching. But also, you know why he's seeing BLS? Because Dueling Book and pumps one-ups to the hand.
Yeah. Yes. That is the name of the format. BLS. It should be called BLS format.
Big lettuce sandwich.
Build format and Tengu Plant format should be rebranded as BLS format. That's what it is. And being they have Honest and Leeching Light. I didn't realize Leeching Light could be a thing. Armory Arm's another one too that can modify BLS for game. Yeah. Yeah. So what do you think is gonna win the grand finals this time? Now that we saw Lucas clutch it out with his boss monster that he keeps seeing because of Dueling Book algorithms, do you think that he has another shot at winning the matchup again against Roger Smith, who's a very talented agent player? But as they say, luck always beats skill, no matter who you are.
True.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I've seen some games where my opponent plays terrible, but they just see everything, you know? It's fine.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Just see the cards. That's all you have to do. Just draw the out. That's all you have to do.
Well, see, and I think this is like an interesting thing about like retro formats as a whole is like, I think retro formats are typically inflated with a lot of really good players. You know what I'm saying? The people that are coming back to play them are usually like historical topping players or just really skilled players in general. So like, I actually think that like you do need a decent amount of luck to like win a retro tournament. Like obviously deck building, deck choice, and like, you know, your own individual skill is like relevant, but luck does play quite a bit into it. When you have like so many skilled players in the room, which I think like with retro formats there's a lot.
Also, the people are getting older as well in modern, so they just probably don't have the the mental stamina to keep up with the new cards that keep coming out every week or every month. So they probably just want to play something that they've loved in the past because they have fond memories of those decks.
Well, it's also really expensive to maintain competitive decks in modern, right? Like. Yes. Like, I remember back when I was like playing modern like competitively, like I was spending a lot of money a month on just getting cards for the decks I was trying to play, and especially with new sets coming out, like you'd have to go to like the pre-releases and buy up all the decks if you have an event coming up, or like buy up all the cards from people, and you're paying like pretty high prices for it. Like it is not easy being a competitive player, like monetarily wise. So retro is way more preferable, where it's like, okay, like these cards are cheap, or once you have them they never go away. Yeah,
I agree. Lucas here is going to start off, or not start off, but summon the Thunder King Rival after Pot of Duality has already resolved. So Now that Pot of Duality is out of Roger Smith's hand, all he has to do now is MST the back row and summon a Venus to out this Thunder King Ryle here.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, like, because Roger is kind of already behind tempo. The fact that he didn't have a normal summon turn 1 with the duality play, you know, like, you're only activating duality if you didn't open, like, the Earth or like, Venus Tour Guide, and so since he saw neither, he was forced to, like, play it. This also makes me wonder if he has, like, a big hand of boss monsters, because what are you, like, there obviously is going to be a Herald of Orange Light, I think would be my read, but I think there's probably a lot of boss monsters, like maybe multiple Christia or even like Trigodia or Gores in hand, because we didn't normal summon anything turn 1.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate for Roger here to just use a duality and pass on his first turn. Especially, this is going to be the first game of the grand finals here, and Roger Smith looking to be very behind on this matchup. I don't know if it's a stroke of luck for Lucas, or maybe Roger Smith is starting to see that Agents is probably not the best deck. We'll see.
Yes, it is not the best deck. You know what
Probably
the best deck is? Thunder
balls.
King.
Thunder King dot deck. Oh, it does look like he does have the Venus in hand.
Well, yeah, he added Venus off of duality. Yeah, he did.
It might be Max C though. Oh no, he wrote it down. So he's not going to activate priority here. So this means that why would he not activate priority here to summon a Shine Ball? That's kind of crazy to me.
Oh.
Okay, so he's going to warning the effect of Venus. Not sure if people agree with this move. Maybe Tyler has some insights on this. Would you warning a Venus?
I don't. Typically, I wouldn't. But in this scenario, I think it's better to keep the Thunder King on field, because in the same way, like we saw last game, right? If Roger Smith has to out this Thunder King by dropping a Hyperion, and then best case he drops Hyperion and has to Herald, he's burning like 3 cards and your biggest play just to deal with this. Yeah, so see, and so like if I'm Lucas, I'm like pretty happy with that outcome, right?
Yeah, it looks like he has to spend the Hyperion on the Thunder King. But Roger Smith claps back with the Herald of Orange Light to negate the Thunder King Ryo. And so now, does Lucas have Gores? He does not have Gores to punish the Hyperion attack. So now we have to find out what is Lucas going to do here on the clapback with 5 cards to his hand. And does he have a Darkened Light in the graveyard? I'm not entirely sure.
He needs to summon Tour Guide here, but you're not going to get Veilored. So like, if you have Tour Guide and can get the Darkened Grave, right, you're automatically going to be able to make Leviathan Dragon, and then assuming he has Chaos Orc, your opponent probably doesn't have the Herald of Orange Light again. Yeah, so like, this is insane, right?
So now he has a Tour Guide, so hopefully you're able to set up that Chaos fuel by detaching a material out of his XYZ zone. Do you think he's going to go into Levier? Do you think he's going to go to Levier here to steal his Venus, or do you think he's going to go to Leviathan first?
I think Leviathan's just better here. Okay. And it's because like you can get the Venus, but you're basically returning a banished like fodder, right? Like you don't want to give him another agent to banish, and that's clearly his only agent because he doesn't have Earth. He would have summoned it turn 1 if he did.
So he does have the Chaos Monster, and it's going to be Chaos Sorcerer this time as opposed to BLS.
Yeah, and so he doesn't have the second Herald. And this, again, this kind of goes back into what I say about agents, right? Like, a lot of their stuff is pretty telegraphed. It's, like, really obvious what they can and can't do. So I think Lucas is, like, playing this perfectly. He's, like, recognized, okay, even if he heralds my Thunder King effect, he burns literally everything, and now I just out Hyperion on the next turn, and then he's out of gas.
Yes, so now, how's Roger Smith now gonna clap back to this chaos board with the back row set?
Earth. If he has Earth and can summon Earth and then banish for Hyperion, because I'm assuming he has heavy boss monster hand, so there's another Hyperion in play. That's like his best option, right? But I don't know if he has that. It's a little tricky. And now you're like getting close to getting lethal. And the other awkward thing is like there's a back row set, but you have to deal with the Chaos Orc. Oh, okay, yeah, see?
It looks like he does have the Hyperion and the agent in hand to be able to banish for the cost. And Lucas is going to ask for priority here. Not sure if Hyperion is going to call priority. Yes, he is. And he's going to pop the Chaos Sorcerer, as it is the threatening monster here. Unless you think he's going to target the Leviathan Dragon.
I mean, oh wait, we're targeting back row. That's bold. If that's bottomless, you get like blown out.
So he targets the Wing Blast here to chain, and let's see what Roger Smith does in the response to the Wing Blast here.
I do not agree with that back row pop. You have to hit Chaos Orc or Leviathan, because now I think he just loses.
Potentially, he might potentially have a BLS in hand. So he probably has exactly Tour Guide and exactly BLS in hand to pretty much makes sense why he decided to target the back row here.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, if BLS is the last card, then you get Venus plus Gotchi and BLS, and you're gonna pretty much just win the game off that.
So let's see what happens here. It's telegraphing at BLS really hard right now.
Yeah.
Going for the Herald of Orange Light, which is kind of surprising to me. But he's gonna use the Mind Control here, and then Synchro Summoning into level 8 Synchro. What do you think he's gonna make here? A Dark End or a Stardust?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
and it's not battle phase yet, so he could go Colossal Fighter if he does play it in this extra deck. But he's gonna go for the Scrap Dragon, and that's actually better. I don't know why I thought Colossal Fighter, maybe because I forgot that Edison format Tengu Plant format has Scrap Dragon.
I mean, I personally like Stardust better just because you can't get Dark Hold. Oh, I guess he has Battle Phase, so like, yeah, I'm trolling. He just wins the game here. He definitely goes
Battle Fighter. Yeah, so the Mind Control was able to win this game, fortunately for him. And then, so it introduces a slight variation to the clapback. So Roger Smith probably would not have won the game if he didn't have the Mind Control.
Yeah, Mind Control is the best card in the format. It's too strong.
Yeah, I agree. It's a really good card for sure. And then this is also not a very linear play that you would normally see that agents do. Going Tour Guide into a Herald of Orange Light, and then using the Mind Control to Synchro Summon with your opponent's monster. Not a very common play you see in Agents, and it really expresses the skill expression for Agents.
I think you're overhyping the skill. That play, that's like the easy. Every line in Agents is easy, man. You cross your eyes and play like it's like Tour Guide, Venus, or Earth. You summon one of those, cross your eyes, and then that doesn't work. All right, summon Hyperion. And it's like check the banish file. All right, I can live here. No banish file. I can't live here. All right, chill.
Well, actually, I predicted that it would be BLS out of his hand.
True.
But it was actually Mind Control, so it wasn't as clear cut to the audience for sure.
Yeah. So. I agree with the BLS. That would be my assumption. But we Veiler these. Does he have the Herald?
Okay, so we got the Veiler here, and the Tour Guide is going to be hitting in for 1,000 here. Lucas having a slow start by setting only one back row and having to Veiler a Tour Guide feels pretty bad. Not drawing his Tour Guide himself, and also not drawing his spies to set against the Tour Guide. Now he's going to be summoning the Kushano here to attack over the Tour Guide.
What interests me is... that feels bad.
Now Kugodia is going to come down with 24 to 3,000 attack.
He didn't summon the... Like, he turn 1 summoned Tour Guide, which means he likely didn't have Earth or Venus. So that Tour Guide was reaching for Sangan there. So again, we can assume a hand of probably Herald or heavy boss monsters like Trag or Hyperion. I like the Dark Hole there.
So this is going to be a 2-for-2 here, trading the Kushano and the Dark Hole for the Tour Guide for the Tragodia. So, but for some reason, Roger Smith is still up, even going second. So he does have an advantage over Luke currently.
Yeah, it was because of that Veiler.
Right.
The Veiler was the
Smith is going to be passing the turn over to Lucas here, and now Lucas was able to draw his Tour Guide, and now he's going to be normal summoning that Tour Guide, potentially going to a Leviathan Dragon.
Interesting. I think you actually want to herald that because I don't think Lucas has anything else. Like the fact that he passed a couple turns in a row. There's a world where Herald was like a smart call there if he has it. So this could telegraph he doesn't have Herald, but that also means you might be walking into a Gores here.
Looks like he's going to be taking both the 2,000 potentially, or he's only going to be taking... Yeah, he took 2,000. So Overlay is going to be going to Leviathan Dragon, unless he wants that... doesn't fear Thunder King Ryo and leave the Sangan out there.
I think we're we'll keeping the Sangan. I don't think you want us Overlay.
Okay.
Yeah. again, like
So
your
now,
opponent
what
has
is he
Tour
gonna do?
Guide as their primary summon, right? So like, if that means they don't have Earth and they don't have Venus. So like, what's the threat here?
Precisely. Two Darks in Grave, I believe. Yeah, so we have a Tour Guide in the graveyard with Tragodia. Jupiter is going to come down here to potentially attack over the Tour Guide here, but we'll see. Yep. So in the event that Lucas does have a tuner, he will not be able to summon the tuner and then synchro with the Sangan. A lot of people forget that Tour Guide has a stipulation where the material that she brings out cannot be synchro summoned with.
Thank
so if
God that's there.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if you
often
could
forgotten.
synchro with it? It is forgotten.
It's definitely
a lot.
often forgotten. Yeah. So it's we're likely going to see that happen because Kushano is in the graveyard, I believe, and Lucas might actually try to synchro with this Sangan. Hopefully, we don't have to call any judges here.
Oh.
So he's going to be using the Gasset here to get back to Kushano and then pop the Jupiter here.
Did we get the attempted synchro? I feel like Lucas is aware he can't. That's my guess, but I see that.
Well, he just decided to summon it. So now he's going to be attacking both for 2,100 life points here. Before, Lucas didn't respond with his own Gores when Sangan and Torgat attacked, so it's likely he doesn't have it, and he does take the damage here.
Yeah. I don't even think you overlay. I think you just pass with this smelly board. Oh my God, we're setting the...
All right, so Lucas knows the rulings, and he's not going to be synchro summoning with the Sangan or overlaying. So with the two back rows, it's pretty susceptible to a heavy storm here. What do you think his back rows are? Do you think that he has Solemn Judgment set?
He has to have Solemn Judgment. He has to have Solemn Judgment. It could be like the big Solemn brigade right now of like Solemn Warning, Judgment, and then like a Bottomless or something. It could be something big like that. Or even, there's probably a Phoenix Wing as well. My guess is it's like Phoenix Wing, Solemn, and something else.
Yeah, so he's able to special summon the Sorcerer, which is a very uncommon monster usually played in Agents. So he's going to try to do a priority banish on the Sangan, but Solemn Warning most likely is face down, and it's going to be hit. It's going to hit the Chaos Sorcerer here, shutting off access.
Yeah, this is putting Roger in a weird position. Like he's feeling the pressure. Like I think he just isn't seeing Agents.
And he's passing with 5 cards in hand. Still trying to bluff that Gores that he might potentially have, but I don't think he actually has it. So now
like
Lucas
a shine ball.
the Tour Guide here.
I think this might be game.
Yeah. But he's thinking on the effect, so he might have the Shine Ball with the Herald of Orange Light to negate the Tour Guide here.
Yeah, he has
we'll have
to
find
so
out
he doesn't lose.
if he has the Shine Balls.
Chris,
No,
yeah.
it looks like he does not have a Shine Ball. He just has a bunch of boss monsters. So my guess is he has Hyperion in hand with no agents in hand to follow up.
Yeah, we doing the old brick on the big boys.
Yeah, brick on the big boys. More big boys you play, the more pawns you need in your organization.
Yeah. So I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna read Roger Smith's hand right now. There is a Mystic Shine Ball. There is a second.
No, because you would have pitched it.
Oh yeah, true.
Unless he has Reborn. Unless you think he has Reborn in hand to revive the Christia.
Oh,
and that's why he pitched
Reborn
the
would be
Christia.
big.
It's likely he might have a Shine Ball with a Monster Reborn in hand, or he has no Shine Balls, and the rest of his cards in hand are Hyperions with no follow-up, no fuel.
Which is the
It's
best version
again.
of X Sabers currently? My version of X Sabers is the best version of X Sabers. Not even close. If you want to see my version of X Sabers, all you gotta do is go to Playtest IRL on YouTube, and he featured me in one of his deck profiles. You're welcome.
Yes, I did.
You're welcome for this promotion. These shameless plugs.
Well, we plug each other. That's what we do. No homo. We're gonna summon the Tour Guide here. He's gonna get met with the Solemn Judgment. Looks like Tyler was right. He did have a Solemn Judgment set, and now what's Roger Smith's gonna do? Now that Tour Guide is gone, see, we have to watch the replay. It's most likely now we're in game 3 of the grand finals. Who's gonna take it after all?
What do I think about Giant Rat Toolbox and X Sabers? I used to play with Giant Rat and I cut it for Hamster because in like a net neutral game state, hamster or like giant rat doesn't do anything, and I don't want to synchro with a giant rat. I hate synchroing with giant rat, and the reality is you want to be like, the only non-tuner you want to synchro with is Dark Soul, and you want to get to Dark Soul really quickly. So like giant rat is a +1 that gives you Dark Soul and lets you synchro with it. No, Janky, if this is bracket reset already, so we are in the last game of the finals. And Lucas will be the first one to bring it back. I've never seen anyone do this. So if Lucas wins, he has made history on my channel because I've never seen someone win a bracket reset. This is actually really hype.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Lucas, he has to play against one of the best agent players out there, which is Roger Smith. So, but he has a really good record against him so far, being able to win the what is it called, the losers final.
Yeah.
So he was able to open up with the Venus here. Always a really good opening for agents. Let's see if he opens up a Shine Ball in hand, and now the double Shine Ball. So. Yeah, so he didn't open a double Shine Ball, so it feels good already. Ending with the Gachi Gachi in defense mode. Pretty classic end opening. Most likely he's going to pass here with no back row. I think. Is he going to set something? He's taking a while at the end of the turn here.
Oh, he was debating on summoning the third.
Why do you think Agents player make a third Shine Ball? I actually am clueless about this. You think he has the Gen X Alley Birdman?
No, it's just to get it out of deck so you don't hard draw it. It's like a preference thing. When I played Agents, I would always greed and keep the third Shine Ball in deck because of the event. Like, if I summon an Earth, I can like make a Shine Ball play. You know, like go for double Gachi or go for like a Synchro. So I liked holding it. Because I'll Gamba drawing it, but you know, some people don't want to Gamba drawing it, so that's how they play. But I think it's a preference move. I don't know if one is objectively better than the other, because there are moments where not summoning that Shine Ball can win you a game by summoning it later.
Yeah, I agree with you. So he's gonna forego taking the Leeching the Light, the agent matchup, so that's kind of surprising to me. Now he's gonna normal summon the Thunder King Ryle to attack over the Shine Ball here. Now he has to deal with the 2000 attack Venus using his back rows. So maybe his back rows are going to be something like Wing Blast and Cat Sith. What do you think, Tyler?
Wing Blast Cat Sith is pretty probable. We're setting 2 back rows, so we're also gambaying the Heavy Storm. The Heavy Storm is kind of devastating here, I'm not gonna lie. Although, I guess if we have Wing Blast Cat Sith, it's chainable, so it's not that devastating, but it does feel kind of bad. Yeah, I don't want to burn Wing Blast on this board. Ooh, big boy.
Almost summoning the Jupiter. Here we go. So this Jupiter is going to be at 2200 attack point, which is another threat to the Thunder King Ryle here. So let's see if a Wing Blast with Cast is going to come down to take out the agent monsters, because the Thunder King Ryle can theoretically stop the Hyperion here. So he's going to Wing Blast the. Oh, he's going to Wing Blast the Gachi Gachi. Making the monster smaller so that the agent of Jupiter crashes into the Thunder King Ryle.
Well, I think a replay occurs because the number of monsters changed.
I think that only applies for the opponent's monster, right?
I have no idea.
I think it's pretty sure it's not a replay.
Does it actually crash? If it crashes, that's insane. I thought you would have a replay.
Oh, because I think I saw this at Collectibles Exchange where they compulsory the Gachi Gachi attack declaration.
Well, in that situation, I don't know.
Wow, so chaining the enemy controller here to put it in defense mode or stealing it.
I think we're
most likely going to be stealing it. Yeah, so he attributed the Venus here. Most likely going to use the Thunder King Ryle against him so that he can overlay for Utopia.
Enemy controller is also one of the best cards in this game. That card is so good.
Yeah, do you think he's going to go into a Roach here just so that he can shut off access to Chaos Sorcerer or BLS?
I would, personally. I think that makes the most sense. Plus, it gives you a Dark.
I personally wouldn't because he does have Cast Sith in the graveyard, or does he have Kushano? Sorry, I'm probably missing.
He doesn't have Kushano here, so like I think you're pretty
Okay,
safe
so
too,
yeah.
and even then I would still gamble the out.
So he's going to go into the Silstorm Roach potentially. Oh, he's going to go into Utopia. And that's going to be met with a warning. So this puts no Dark in the graveyard after that move.
I was nervous about Christia there. But if you had Christia, you drop it before you exceed. Oh wait, no, just kidding. Just kidding. If we're dropping this, we have Christia as well. That's my guess.
Yeah. Roger Smith looking really good right now.
Yeah.
Bringing out both the Christia and the Hyperion in the grand finals and game 3. So hopefully Lucas is able to draw a Dark Hole to punish this. Otherwise, he's going to be behind and potentially lose this game in the grand finals.
Oh, I want him to draw something.
There is Leeching the Light. He can also draw Leeching the Light. I forget that that is also a card that he can use.
True.
In this situation.
But even Leeching like doesn't really help that much.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Is Leeching Light going to come down or Dark Hole with the monster? Leeching Light with the monster or Dark Hole with the monster?
We'll see. They could still play Roach. The only thing is like I would make Utopia there as well if I had the Christia, because then you're playing around Leeching the Light. They don't have an out. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's better because they're not going to be able to special summon with Roach on field anyway.
Lucas giving a congratulations to Roger Smith, not playing it out and admitting defeat to Roger Smith, making Roger Smith another agent player who was able to win another tournament for Tengu Plant format.
Unlucky for Lucas, man. Sag boy. I was rooting for him. I wanted the bracket reset dub. We got so close, but so far, you know?
Yes. Yeah, the dream is dead for Chaos for this particular tournament. But Lucas is probably going to go back to his lab and innovate another Chaos build, hopefully better suited for the agent matchup, and hopefully being able to put Chaos on the map as a contender for Tengu Plant format.
True.
Yes.
All right. Well, I think that's going to wrap it up for my stream. I think I'd go get food or something now. We'll do something like that. But
if you guys are watching, definitely leave a like on the stream, as we put a lot of work into the stream and entertaining you guys for another Tengu Plant tournament. So yeah, definitely like the stream, and and thank you for watching.
Subscribe to me and Playtest IRL. Go to YouTube, search up Playtest IRL, subscribe to them. Watch my X-Saber deck profile, net deck me and win games. And then that's probably it. So thank you guys for watching.